this out together. And we're going to do it. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go. So here we are in Final Fantasy, starting off with 4 fighters, and that's basically the same start as you're going to have for 2 fighters, 2 red mages. Which means that we need to buy some rapiers and buy some chainmail armor, and then go kill a garland. And Foolish, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. You're just in time for the very, very start of this one. Alright, there's my armor all set up. I'm pretty confident that we can have no problems with Garland, so let's go ahead and just walk on up there. Give him a stern beating to the face. There's rapiers on, chainmail on, and to the north we go. So we're going to get our imps here at the start. The imps we might as well kill, because I think that there is not much of a penalty for taking any extra battles here. 4 imps, 4 fighters. I think this is lining up really nicely. Kenny Star, thank you much for gifting that sub to Audrey Winter. And Audrey Winter, I hope you enjoy your emotes arriving shortly. Thanks again, Kenny. The support is appreciated. Killing 4 imps about as fast as running from 4 imps in a lot of circumstances. Hey, Marfamania, welcome in. Oh, and speaking of resubscribing, Hyrule1989 for 17 months in a row. Thank you very much, Hyrule. Your continued support is appreciated. I'm glad you've been enjoying the streams for all this time. Thanks again. Alright, there is a ghoul down. Let's go ahead and get our garland down and get our princess. Probably don't want to murder the princess. I think we would lose at least partial credit for doing that. Hey, Neapolitan Afterglow, welcome in. Yeah, I started a little bit early because this is going to be a very long stream compared to my average ones. Well, not very long, but a little bit longer than average. I'm going to guess this is going to be in the neighborhood of 6 hours to do, but again, I have not planned out any route or ideas in advance. So we'll see if everything goes well. Alright, there was our garland. Should go ahead. Let's put a split down, why not? Got these splits for no other reason. So let's go ahead, grab our princess, take her back to the castle, and turn her in for a bridge. And a musical instrument here. 4 hours with 4 fighters, I think, would be difficult. Because you don't have... Remember, you're not going to have fast. You're not going to have warp. So a lot of the late game dungeons are actually going to be much more difficult than they are in the speedrun routes. Definitely want to go ahead and in up here, get some HP recovered. Thinking about picking up some tents. There's no spells, obviously, that we need to get. We got our weapons and armor set already. Yeah, tent's probably the best thing to grab here. Get a couple of these for recovery for later. I could do the skips that I normally do in like marathon runs, but I feel like these will be more useful for the ogre fighting. We'll do a lot of ogre fighting because Astos is going to be way harder than normal. Remember how we don't do much damage with Astos unless we got some spells? Well, we don't have any spells, and that is going to make our adventures a little bit complicated as a result. Five 4-character force parties, no red mages. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I get these streaks all the time where it's kind of just a wacky set of character classes, and there's not really a rhyme or reason for how the force characters come out. And I think I noticed that especially with the Wheel of Destiny, where I'm rolling each of them individually, so I get to see the party get built one after another. Because you're just hoping for, like, if I only had this one character class, it would make everything else much better. Usually that's the red mage, or in some cases, like a fighter. And it never happens. It's just like, all right, I've got 3 white mages, let's put a thief with them. That's my party. Am I going to get a silver sword before Astos? Yes. Before Astos, I'm planning to get silver swords, iron armor, and iron shields for the fighters. And that way we can go ahead and have at least a shot of taking Astos out without having to grind for like level 12 or 13. With the silver sword, we're going to be in much better shape than the 4 Thieves party was. Like, 4 Thieves had so much grinding before Astos because they're limited to basically the falchion. And, actually not even the falchion, it's the saber and scimitar at that point. You don't get the falchion until after you beat Astos. And that requires that they get so many levels, and also still a little bit of luck in the fight to make it go well. But the fighter with silver swords, I think like level 9 or so, they'll be able to take Astos down. Hey, Dragonfire, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. And I'm just taking all the fights here because we are going to need a lot of experience compared to the normal trips, so I might as well just do the battles. We'll start our normal ogre routes at the end of this. We'll definitely have level 3 because the extra fights will get me the experience I need to make up for even having a missing ogre there. You actually get a decent amount of XP by doing those 2 fights that I normally skip. And I've been thinking about it. As long as I don't get Gerwolves, and as long as there's like 4 less monsters, it might be better to just murder them than to run away in some cases. I definitely want to try that for like the imp fight at the start. See if it's better to hit the imps than to run if you have like 3 or 4. I think 3 do fighter then double the red mages together. Get you a little bit of redundancy on that. Hey Simsima, welcome in. I hope 4 fighters is going to be awesome. It definitely is something that I've had on my list. 4 black mages though later this week is going to be the one that I'm more worried about overall. Black mages are super squishy even at very high levels. Like we'll actually have black mages do decently in most of the early game, and then the late game it's going to be a nightmare. But I'm hopeful that things will go well on him. 344 gold. Let's get the pirates killed first. Actually gonna stick into the inn here. Do I need to? Yeah, we're probably fine. We're probably fine. Hey Team Sailor, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. As long as I've got more than 30 health on the first 2 characters, we should be good. Like 35 on the first character, maybe 20 or so on the second character, and then 20 on the third and fourth. Those criticals are the reason why you need to have more than just a handful. Because otherwise, the Kaizoku are doing, or pirates are doing 1 per hit, whereas a critical will make them do 15 or 16. Slow base speed. Yeah, there's a lot of things in this game that got sped up by the randomizer. Pretty much all of the animations, all the walking and travel. And when you go back to it, like even things the menus from time to time really make me realize how different it is when things are sped up. Because I have to actually have like an adjustment period to go back to the normal speed. Alright, there we go. We got our pirates out of the way. 87, 86, 85, and 83 points. Dan does not understand trends. Alright, so we got that. Let's grab the short sword here. That'll be our first short sword. We're going to upgrade the short swords so that I can get the ogres down faster. And then once we have a couple rounds of ogres, I'll start saving up for silver swords after that. Okay, builds up the short sword there. We'll do the ogre loop from Marathon route. I think that's the best one to be doing it on. Any percent in single segment have slight variations of it. Oops, not new game. There we go. Getting ahead myself here. So we got to take one by sea, one by land, and then one more by sea. That gets rid of a couple of fights at the start here. Down and around we go. Let's see. Ogres in 5-5 to start. I don't know if I want to take the Groger fight, to be honest. That one actually seems scary for level 3 on these fighters. Hey, the Angry Canuck, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. Oh, that's so good. We can actually kill ogres. This is amazing. I will probably enjoy this a lot more than I enjoyed the start of the 4 Thief playthrough. I mean, they're basically in equal circumstances in that you just get so many ogres to start off and then get things through. I'm still forgetting to hit my splits. Need this valuable record of how 4 fighters went so that we can compare it for later. $20, $49. Yeah, what's getting me is that I'm used to having red mages in those last 2 slots, so like the 2 characters I threw off to the side actually don't do any damage, and now they're doing like the normal damage that fighters would. So I'm actually much more easily able to split things up than a typical playthrough would have. Alright, so there's one ogre battle out of the way. Another double ogre there. Doing pretty good so far for XP and gold through this. We'll be able to afford probably 2 short swords by the time I get back. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get a 3rd one. It'd be pretty close overall. This last ogre here. If I'm gonna take the Groger fight, then I should probably tent up beforehand so everybody gets healed. We don't have any cure spells, and that'll be an interesting little hindrance for a lot of the early dungeons. Not having cure spells means I have to really stock up on heal potions quite often. Just the 4 ace challenge. Maybe I should have named them all ace, like we did with 4 Dans in the 4 red mage one. Ooh, it's the full house. Let's try to get the ogres down first. Dan, too pretty to die. Hold on, Dan. Hold on. Also, welcome in the stand. Hope you're having a good evening here. Give it 51 there. Let's start splitting Dan off to next ogre. We're at 74 on bottom. $91 and... No, we missed. We missed. Ace, you're the only one I can believe in. You're the only one I can trust. Get this done. No, Ace, don't die. Gotta somehow keep Ace alive here. You just can't get hit again. That's gonna be the way it has to work. Well, that didn't last long. It was nice knowing you, Ace. Let's put Dan on Ogre. Dan's on Ogre duty for a little bit. The rest of the team should be okay here. We can take Groger out. Hopefully before Bill dies as well. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. As long as he doesn't get like a really big hit to the face. There we go. Alright, so normally I'd be taking Ogre to the west at this point. If I go back to town, looks like it's all Wolf and Gerwolf, so if I get an encounter, it's not too bad. Well, Dan has suddenly taken charge of this party. We're going to have Dan in the lead for a little while. Let Ace get back some of that lost experience, hopefully. I want my fighters to be pretty close to each other in terms of experience, but in the late game, I'm thinking about doing one fighter particularly higher leveled and like do a solo lich fight so that we don't take as much nuke damage. These are just ideas I'm kind of tossing out here for what we can do to make it through Temple of Fiends more easily. Now, because of Ace's death, I'm not going to be able to get this last short sword. It's okay. Dan doesn't need one. Hey, Sharazan, welcome in. Actually, we could have gotten the short sword for Dan. Let's do it. Might as well pick this up. And is this going to be single segment? It's not going to be single segment because I am resetting and reloading. But it will be, hopefully, single sitting. There we go. Everybody's got short swords now. I'll try to get them... I might as well get them wood shields here because they're still super cheap. And hold off on upgrading until later. Depends on how many ogres I get through in this next cycle around. There's the start of our ogre cycle again. Go 1. Two. It's been so long since I've done any percent or marathon routes, so I have to actually really think about what some of these routings are, and I'm probably going to forget to do them correctly in places, because I know a lot of them I'm actually not going to be able to replicate because I'll be doing like a different route through the floors. You don't have warp, and you don't have like fire 2 or lit 2 in certain places. It's going to be more challenging to keep that route matched up, and so there will be a lot of improv with how these routes are going to take place. Oh, nice. 100 damage there. Good job, everybody. Estimated time, I mean, I'm probably going to be happy with 6 hours. If it's 7 hours, I'm not going to be too upset, and then if it's over 7 hours, I'll be kind of grumpy, because that's about as late as I'd want to stay up tonight. And I think the 4 black belts, wasn't that like 7.5 hours? It was somewhere in that range of like 7 hours plus or minus 30 minutes. I don't remember if it was 6.5 or 7.5 hours. Either way, I think you'll be a little bit faster than 4 black belts because the fighters will have better gear and they'll be able to get to the late game more quickly. But the black belts are going to have an advantage on like the last little stretch because they're going to have better weapons with their fists than the fighters will with having most of the swords. The fantasy is on. I've turned it on with the bonus monsters just like you have with a randomizer. And that way, even though everybody's based their teams off of the single segment monster pool, you'll be able to get to all the monsters that are additionally going to be seen here tonight. Just to get a little bit more balance. Alright, so we're pretty close to taking out bottom ogre there. I'm actually surprised we're not one-rounding these ogres. Ace! Ah, look at this guy. It's as if he has not even heard of Sword School, much less ever attended it. Okay, so we got 79 there. Let's put 2 up there. Get 2 of them started on Groger here. Alright, there's 1 ogre down. Beginnings of the Groger getting into place. There's 2 ogres down. Hey, C:\\. Welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes there. Hope you're having a good evening tonight. Should have put Dan in charge. I know this has been a mistake. Let's go and put Cal on the front. Just to mix things up a little bit here, because everybody's got the same equipment. They're totally identical. I could just throw them around to balance out the damage that they take. Okay, 80 damage there. Oh, and for those that missed it earlier, my guess is that level 9 fighters with the silver swords will be able to take Astos on. I know they'll definitely have no problems with Marsh Cave around there. Like, the wizards are not going to be that bad if everybody's got iron armor and silver swords. So I can probably give Astos a crack earlier than 9 and see how things go overall. Hey, Maelstrom, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here tonight. What is a 4-fighter challenge? Well, I got 4 fighters, and I'm being challenged to finish the game with them. That is, in essence, the 4-fighter challenge. What is the expected finish time? So, I am going to guess somewhere between 6 and 7 hours. I don't have a route planned out here, or even really leveling targets. But 6 hours is about what I expect, and 7 hours is my emergency. I need to stay up really late to finish it. And yes, we'll need a lot of cash for the silver swords, although you do get a silver sword like every, what, 10 ogres? It's not actually that bad. Alright, there's the ogres. Let's grab our iguana up here next. Can Dan get 2 silver swords? He's not going to be that good. He's not going to be that good. Yeah, silver swords are more expensive than 10 ogres worth, but I also have some treasures I'm going to be picking up. So that's what I'm trying to, like, roughly ballpark what it's going to be. Also, we're going to do Bill and Cal versus Ace and Dan. It's ogre battling time. 17 versus 18 here. This is not a good start. There we go. 77. So Dan needs to get a 59 to tie, 60 to win. It looks like Bill and Cal are going to take ogre battle number 1. Oh yeah, with 2 attacks per round, these ogres are going to get much, much faster. Like, this is where you save so much time over a lot of the other 4 character variants, is that this stretch right here, like level 5 to level 7, which is where the red mages get amazing, because the red mages will be able to use a bunch of fire 2s at that point of Peninsula Power, which this team is probably not going to be well equipped for. I mean, maybe I could try killing the giants? Giants might be a possibility, now that I think about it. I don't know if I want to try 4 zombies with fighters with short swords. When did they start getting silver swords? Why not? Why not do Peninsula Power? Okay, I need to be over to the right-hand side. This is about the end of our ogre loop here coming up. Just gonna grab iguana here. We're not going to let it loop back to Groger. Maybe I'll let it loop back to Groger. That requires an extra 10. Yeah, we'll get Groger soon enough in the beginning of the loop. Is Fantasy Final Fantasy on tonight? Yes. You will have Fantasy Final Fantasy, and you'll get your bonus monsters to get your party up to 10 monsters in total. That way it's going to be a little bit balanced, because this is going to be very unpredictable which monsters I might end up fighting. So there we go, we got him. Well, I could could go shieldless for a little bit while longer, but I'm going to pick up the wood shields here. Going down to pick up some tents anyway, so might as well grab these at the same time. Let's see how much cash that we get for that ogre loop around. So I was down to pretty much 0 after buying the short swords, and now I'm back to 3,000. So yeah, the ogre loop around. Actually, let me get start getting iron armors. We'll need a bunch of those. I guess if I could do iron armor, then we don't really need the wood shields for a while. Like, this works out. I can get everybody iron armor. I'm not going to get the tents, then. Iron's a better investment for right now. I have one more tent that I can use to do another ogre loop here, and then come back after this. Hey, Overlord. Challenge is going pretty good so far. We hit level 5, so now our fighters are in tip-top ogre battling condition. And yeah, the bot spam I've been working on reducing. I'm going to try to get it even further down. Especially for randomizer, where things move faster. But one of my goals of October for Final Fantasy was to make the bot spam less. So there's more stuff that's on screen as opposed to being in the chat. Alright, back down and around. So let's go get another group of ogres here. Now we should have, like, no problems getting through these fights. We got that extra level up, so more HP. The iron armor is going to really significantly reduce the damage taken. Each hit's going to be reduced by 9. And the cumulative effect of all these changes means that this ogre loop should be a breeze. Two, three, four. Look at these ogres. They're just melting. They're melting into pudding in the face of Dan's mighty short sword. It's a strange analogy, but this is how ogres work. They are literally pudding-based life forms. I do want to look at whispers again. There have been some changes recently to how Twitch handles bot support. And so I think that they have made it so that bot whispers are less likely to be marked as spam. Which was the big problem the last time I tried it. Well, first of all, you have to have a totally separate chat system for it, because whispers don't go through the same mechanism that the regular chat that you do uses. It looks like it is because it's in the same chat window as a human being, but for a bot it's very different for the setup. And then the other problem was that bots got basically blocked after they sent whispers to too many people. And I think that has been changed now, so that registered bots can whisper a whole bunch without getting marked as spam, although they can still be blocked and ignored if you don't want to get any contact from them. When did I try it last? It was probably about 9 months ago. It was near the beginning of the year that I looked into doing a whisper system for it. Part of the reason also that I've held off is that I actually want people to see some of the commands being done and see other people's teams. Like, I don't want to be, like, super secret for what your team is. And when you're doing it in chat, you also get people helping out for people that don't know how Final Fantasy works. So I want to still make it so that it's got a couple of things that are done in public, but there might be more things that you can do that you can do over whispers instead of through the chat. Alright, Dan, get in there. It's time for Dan to shine again. I don't know why I'm doing this. Probably it's a bad idea, but sometimes you just gotta let Dan be a Dan. I'm surprised that there hasn't been any Four Fighters runs. I guess it's not as iconic as the other ones. Like, Four White Mages and Four Thieves are probably the most notable of any character class combination to do four of a kind. And the only other people that I know that did these in single sitting type settings, I think Fieldsley did 4 black belts in a single sitting. But there was, like, not much interest for the other character classes in general. I guess 4 black belts is kind of fun because it's a character class that normally doesn't require any strategy. You just punch things a lot. But when they're your only character class, then you actually have to think about how do you get through the game, where you need like healing and you need AoEs and things like that. So it makes them a little bit more strategic for the long run for how you develop your characters. It's gonna be single sitting. That is the plan. So it's not single segment. I am going to reset and reload things. But single sitting means that I keep the timer running the whole time. Yeah, Temple of Fiends is pretty rough. You don't have an idea what you want to do there, and I've only got a little bit of an idea. So I'm thinking about having one of the fighters get a lot more levels than the rest of the team, and then having them solo Lich, maybe carry as well, like I would in any percent run. And then try that as a way to get some savings on heal potions. Because I want to have enough heal potions that I can do Kraken and team out reliably. And unfortunately, I can't really do the any percent route, because that's actually a really good route for fighters. But I'll try to get it close to the marathon route. When I do Silver Swords before Marsh, I will manipulate Marsh. I'll get the Marsh cave that I normally get for the marathon route. And I'd probably want to have Silver Swords if possible, so that we can kill the wizards more easily, but it's not going to be required. Like, if I don't have the Silver Swords, I'm probably... Well, I should at least have a couple Silver Swords. I just don't need Silver Swords on everybody to be able to beat them. Yeah, I didn't hit the pirate split. I realized I was past the pirates by the time I thought about it. I was like a minute past at that point, so it's like, might as well just leave it blank. Hey, Dax Belmont. This is something I talked about for a while. I want to do 4 fighters and 4 black mages this week. 4 fighters is going to be just like probably tonight only. I should be able to finish. 4 black mages, I think, is going to be a longer endeavor. So that one might be 2 nights. Hopefully it's not 3 nights, because I think you're going to have enough offense that probably is going to be under 12 hours. This one should be around 6 hours or so, I think. Alright, how are we looking here? We got level 6 on the team, and for our level ups, 1,000 XP. I'm thinking about getting one more loop around, and then calling that my ogre grind at that point. Try and Marsh Cave, ideally at level 7, and with as many silver swords as I can carry through that. I got a class change with this. That is the plan. So I think class change is going to be the way that I get a reasonable amount of time for the finish. The 4 fighters could do it without class change, but they need a lot more levels. Because they wouldn't be able to use the Excalibur, they wouldn't be able to use the defense sword. They wouldn't be able to use the Dragon Mail or Opal Gear. They'd have to have a lot of levels to compensate for those things. And so I think that class change is going to be a good idea. Alright, get 15 tents. Let's get 10 pure potions. Can they learn Blink? After class change, they can get the Ruse spell. They'll have 4 casts of it. So that'll be all that they will have for the first tier white magic. I might get him Cure 1 as well, but mostly it's going to be Ruse, and then for the third tier spell slot, they're going to have Cure 2. So I'll have a couple of Cure 2s in addition to my 99 heal potions to work with. The Agamas could be less than an hour. Oh yeah, definitely. It's going to be more efficient to grind in Mirage Tower than it is to grind on Agamas, I think. I'm actually not totally certain about that, because they're going to be super efficient on Agamas once I get some levels in there. Grinding the eye would be interesting, although the eye is only 1 1/3 Agamas. I feel like he is not as attractive as a grind as most people think. Like, for that matter, you could grind Zombie Ds and do something like that, but I feel like it's Agamas and then Mirage. Maybe Waterfall Trap Tile. Waterfall Trap Tile, I feel, is an undervalued grind spot. It's not going to be as good for fighters because they don't have nice AoEs. But if we pick up like the Mage Staff and Thor Hammer and Zeus and Light Axe and things, we could probably get something interesting going there. And I have to think about also... Well, here's one reason why Agamas are actually intriguing, more so than normal, is I'm going to have to go back to Your Volcano. I'm going to have to go back to Ice Camp. I'm going to have to go back to Sea Shrine to pick up the Flame Mail, Ice Mail, and Opal Mail. So they're not part of the routes normally, but those are going to be the best armors I can get for the team. So when I think about it, you know, I'm going to be right by those Agamas anyway. Or I'm going to be right by the... not going to be right by the eye. Be right by the Agamas. Maybe right by the Gur Sharks as well. So I need to go this way. 3 battles over here first. Will I be able to use heal helmets and staffs? I mean, one person will have a heal helmet, since there's only 3 ribbons in the game. And Opal helmet is only 2 defense more than the heal helmet is. So might as well give him a heal helmet. Heal staff, you know, you've got plenty of room for weapons. Weapons are never a problem in carrying capacity, because we just need 1 weapon each. Maybe we'll keep an AoE weapon each, so that's 2 slots used up. We have like 7 or 8 free slots for anything we want, like a Bane Sword, a heal staff, and whatever else I can stick in there. Dragon Mail and Aegis Shield and the non-ribbon fighter? Yeah, that's the plan. So we're going to have Dragon Mail and Aegis Shield together, and that'll be the fighter without the ribbon. Hopefully we can get through Temple of Fiends without them dying. The Phantom fight is pretty much the only one that has an insta-death that I'd be worried about until Chaos. So I'm willing to reset and do Phantom again if that fighter happens to get really unlucky and get killed there. Because we have no revivals, and we also have no travel spells, so once I go into Temple of Fiends, I can't leave. And that means if anything goes wrong at the start, I might as well reset and get a better setup for it than to struggle onward. Because it's like 30 minutes per attempt in Temple of Fiends. Four swords, yeah, Mazmune, Excalibur, Sunsword, and Defense Sword in that order. Those will be my top 4. Vorpal Sword is just not very good. Vorpal Sword doesn't have a lot of attack power, and the critical hits that it was supposed to have are actually pretty much negated by the fact that everything's got good critical hits in the base game. So one of the few bugs that makes things easier is that you have more critical hit rate than intended. That and running are like the 2 bugs that help you out. Everything else that's a bug usually is making things worse. Like, you don't get any bonus damage from elemental attacks. Many, many things are broken that would be really valuable. Like, if you could have Temper and Saber and that Giant's Glove, you could do so much lower levels for things. Because you'd be able to just, like, you know, buff up 1 or 2 rounds and then beat out having a couple levels worth of additional strength, like, really, really easily. Gonna make much use of white magic. The only 3 spells I'm gonna get are Cure 1, Ruse, and Cure 2. So your white magic options with fighters are extremely limited. I think I can get A Fire and A Ice if I wanted to, and A Lit, but I don't know where I'd use those. Like, by the time you can get those spells, you've got ribbons. So, would it really make a difference? I don't think it would. What does Ruse do? Ruse increases the defense or the evasion rate of the caster. Basically, it's the same thing as what the defense sword does when used as an item. And a couple of stacks of Ruse, 3 stacks, basically makes it so that you can dodge everything except for critical hits. Should be very valuable for the Kraken fight. I'm going to want to start off with a couple of Ruses on everybody. I don't think it works well for the other boss battles, because you can take them down fast enough that you don't really need it. I want to go this way, come back for my last ogre after that. Not quite my last ogre, I got, after this ogre, one more ogre, then a Guana, then ogre. That'll be the end of my ogre grind officially. But we'll continue fighting ogres most likely, as required. I'm gonna get the white shirt. The white shirt, I feel, is gonna be difficult because I don't have any equipment space for it. I might get the black shirt for grinding for a bit, but the white shirt, it just is really hard to fit that in. Like, somebody would have to give up 8 defense in order to make use of that. And that's a pretty big burden. Like, but I'd rather have 8 defense and then use some ruses. It's just like, yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Especially if on the Kraken fight, we can get that ruse off early. Then we got something good going. Like, the first round of the Kraken fight, it's going to be really important. I want to see, well, ideally double ruses up first, before he gets any attacks in. Alright, we'll call that Ogre's Battled. I feel like it's enough ogre battling for right now, and let's see how we're doing for our level up. 45 experience. We're gonna get 45 experience. I think I can fight some mad ponies here and get 45 experience. Actually, I don't think this is gonna be 45. That's basically an ogre's worth of XP right there. If I go on the boat, I could get Shark Arsahag and then Shark Sahag, so that'll be enough. 31, that was close. Very close, but not going to get the job done. You know, let's just go to Elfland. I'll be able to get 1 silver sword there, and we can try Marsh Cave at this point. How would this party handle Peninsula Power? I'm actually thinking about doing Peninsula Power right now. So I get the rest of my silver swords. Mostly I'd be looking at giant fights. Maybe small quantities of Zomboul as well. They obviously don't want to fight Frost Wolves because they're going to be terrible, but the monsters there that are physical fighters are going to be the good ones to do. Alright, let's sneak in here. Get around this guy. Alright, who wants the silver sword? Probably can be somebody in the back. Put that on Ace. Silver sword number 1 obtained. I'm going to pick up my iron shields here as well. What are we doing on recovery items? 20 heals, 15 tents. That's not a lot, but it's enough to do Marsh Cave with, I think. Kind of my plan is to do Marsh Cave and then think about whether we could take Astos on or not. Okay, all that looks good. Iron and iron. Is there anything else that we could buy here? I think it's Copper Gauntlet is the best. No, you don't have any gauntlets at all. You could get a wooden hat, which is pretty minimal in terms of defense. Nope, don't want to grab that yet. Hold off on that cabin. Hold off. Bribe Astos. Gonna throw Gil at him. We're gonna raise a lot of money and then do Gil toss. Alright, so let's try Marsh Cave here. I think this is my route that I'm normally supposed to be using on it. It's been a while since I've done this with the marathon route for things, so I have to think about like everything for the walking pass. We reset to 1, then we zone on 2. I think there's a couple skips I'm supposed to do in here, but those are probably not going to happen. Yeah, let's take the Ogre Creep fights. Actually, let's put you guys in those. You got the silver sword, so you got the best chance of one-shotting him. That was not too bad. We were close. Alright, so now we're at battle number 3, which I think we want to stay on this side of the mountains for. So I don't get early arachnid. Then we can take the ogres on the way down. Yeah, I think I got a plan here. I think I got a plan about how to set this up. Hey, Misk, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here tonight. Alright, so that takes that out of the way. Now we're going to get 2 ogre fights on the way down. That's where I want to be for the entrance into Marsh Cave. Hopefully I'm not too late on steps. Because I'm not doing the tent skips that I would do in any percent. I'm going to be actually ahead a little bit on steps, since I have to think about, alright, do I take extra steps to counteract that or not? It's a lot of back and forth on some of the planning. And there's level 7 on Ace, so now he's caught up a little bit. I put the silver sword on Ace, and I realized he's the only one that's been dead, so he's actually a couple of ogre fights behind. Alright, I am actually a couple steps off. I mean, I don't really need the house. I definitely don't need the iron armor, other than I can sell that for 400 gold. Well, you know what? I'm okay with taking potentially the shadow fight. The shadow fight is not going to be too bad here. Hey, Christoph the Judge, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. And welcome in to the Greenleaf Effect. Hope you're having a good evening as well. Also, welcome into this Bat. Bat is giving us the greeting to Marsh Cave. It'll do Mux. 2 Mux is not too bad. I've got, what, 20 heal potions to get through here. Normally I'd only have, like, 15 heal potions, but I'd also have 8 Cure 1 spells. So I am thinking about how that's going to impact the balance for this trip. Is there anything in the north of the first floor? There are 4 chests down there, but you're going to get most of them. Most of the good stuff if you did all the stuff in the south, because they're linked to the ones in the south here on the pretty much the eastern side of the 3rd floor. I'm just going to get the iron armor in the house like I normally do. The only thing that would be intriguing potentially would be the copper bracelet. I could sell that for 500 gold. Oh, Greenleaf with the 15 months of resubscription. Greenleaf, glad you've been enjoying the show all these months. Hope you enjoy many more as well. Thank you very much. The sword is appreciate it. There's the 2 Arbone crawl fights. This is what I had in the any percent route, which the Arbone crawl only has 1 crawl. It always has 1 crawl. There's no option for 0. And the single segment does the regular crawl fight, which is 0, 1, or 2. And I think that one's actually probably more dangerous to do the 2 because of the chance of stun lock, but any percent likes not getting boned by those Arbone. Look at that perfect poisonous party mix to start us off. We are 1 for 1 on perfection. 1 each, arachnid, spider, scum, and muck. No duplicates. No extras. And not too many punches to the face on Dan. Dan really shouldn't be in the front of the party. Let's be honest. This was a marginal idea at best. Oh, do I get extra werewolves here? I might get extra werewolves because I was too many steps outside before coming in. It's okay. We'll have pure potions to deal with it. Hey, Mega the Gamer, welcome in. Alright, so let's go ahead. Do a little bit of heal potion conservation because we do have to have some on the way out. And 2 wizards is great. That is ideal here. We're going to get our crown, not too much of a problem. I don't know if 4 fighters is the easiest. I think 4 red mages is probably easier than this. Red mages can get AoE spells super early, and then they can do like Peninsula Power, get plenty of levels. They'll have fast, they'll have healing. They do have some weaknesses in the late game in lack of armor, but having all those spells makes up for that in most situations. Is farming wizard safe? I think that you're unlikely to die in the wizard fight, except if you get 4 wizards, and then depends on if they gang up on somebody, but the resources that you would use is quite substantial. So you're probably better off doing Peninsula Power and fighting giants and zombies if you want levels here. For red mages, it takes a little bit of time to get started, because they need to be level 6 to use Fire 2. But once they hit level 6, man, it goes from like 6 to 12 so fast. And they can do everything like the Astos fight and the Lich fight and ordeals, no problem. There's my shadow fight. I think we're still more or less on the right pace for going through here. I do want to give Astos a try before I do grinding. We're level 7 right now. We have 1 silver sword. Maybe this is enough. If so, we can focus on getting ready for Earth Cave. My suspicion is that level 8 or 9 is going to be what we require. Oh, and evidently I am just now catching up on my step route. How long does this run go for? I don't really have a plan for my overall route through this. We're going to improv a lot of it. I'm going to guess somewhere around 6 hours for what it's going to take to get through the game. Depends a lot on if I make any bad decisions for like when to do fights. Because if you go do Temple of Fiends, it turns out you can't actually do Temple of Fiends at that point. That's just like 30 minutes to try. Whereas most of the decisions, it's not too big of a deal if it turns out like things go wrong. Like if I go to Astos and I die on Astos, whatever, it's 2 minutes at most that I lose. Hey, Final Fantasy, welcome in. Thank you very much for those bits there. We'll put those bits towards the Melmond Relief Fund. Melmond, we're going to sword this in the head a lot, and hopefully that'll be some relief. Am I using any percent notes? Not really, because I don't have warps, which is going to mess up a lot of the routing for many of the areas. Alright, so if I go ahead and, I guess, double tent right here. We'll want to have burned off an encounter before walking back from Astos. So I can do that right now. There we go. Now, let's see how well Astos decides to treat us. We got Silver Sword in the back, so pretty low chance of Silver Sword getting knocked out. Hey, Andreas Martin, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. I'm thinking we don't have enough levels for Astos. This is going to be tough. Unless Silver Sword is still really good. Yeah, 41's not bad. We did almost do as much damage as 2 ice spells would do here. But no. I need some better hits. Either that or we just get lucky with Astos not using spells very much. I feel like if everybody had a Silver Sword, or we had like 3 more levels, we'd be good. Man, Astos is really cooperating here. He is being reluctant to use spells, and that's giving us extra rounds. But there, now he's 1 spell away from doing his Lit 2, Fire 2 combo, which I guess if Ace survives it, then, ooh, or Bill gets a critical, then it would be good. Astos, going down. Level 7 was enough, thanks to that crit at the end. That works for me, so that'll be enough to get us through that bit. I do need to think about what I want to have for Lich to get ready. We could do an early trip to Crescent Lake and get all the silver gear, so that we have much better armor for doing Earth Cave. Like get the silver shield, helmet, and gauntlet early in there. That's like 30,000 now. We're going to have to hopefully get the money for my silver swords before that happens. Alright, how are we looking here now? 49.95, that's the second silver sword. There's 2 out of the way. We have 1 on Ace. Let's get 1 on Bill. Do the travel. I got iron armor that I can sell. That'll be a little bit of cash back. I'm probably going to skip a lot of the treasures that I normally pick up in like single segment for this bit, because they're only like 50 or 100 gold to sell off each. And instead I'll focus on just breezing through it and getting that TNT out of the way. Oh, you know what I can do? I could grab the Rune and Wear swords from Temple of Fiends. Those are worth a bunch, and I can probably get I can get the Dragon Sword as well. Sell all 3 of those. That should be enough for 2 more silver swords. So I think we can get geared up with just the items that we can find here in the inner sea area. And then start thinking about what we want to do for leveling. Peninsula Power is pretty attractive. Just drop in, grab a whole bunch of fights there, and see if we can probably hit like level 12 or so without too much delay before doing Lich. The big things I want to focus on is that class change level ups are going to be important. I want a class change before level 15. So I can get spell slots at 15, 17, 19, and 21 for the 4 fighters. And I'll probably want to have one fighter in the upper 20s. So like maybe 3 fighters at 21 and then one at like 26 or so. To conclude the game. That way we have somebody that will be like the dedicated Mazmune user that just goes to town with it as much as possible. The other ones are more support fighters, helping them out. Excalibur user will be pretty good for most of it. But the Sun Sword and Defense Sword wielding fighters are going to be marginal at best for contributing to Kraken, Tiamat, and Chaos. On into Matoya's cave here. Let's go rob this old woman blind. Or I guess rob her back into having eyesight. There's complicated things happening. Don't ask me how this works. Dan is the doctor around here. Alright, so we got our herb. Let's go ahead and fix everything up. I'm going to be not on my usual route for walking, because I'm not doing the skips here back and forth. The only thing that would be worrisome is just the odd-eye fight, because I don't want to get paralyzed. We got plenty of pure potions if we get into an arachnid battle or something like that. Hey, Skeeve Twitch, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. Yep, Dan is the doctor. That's why we have no recovery whatsoever in this party. Somebody thought it'd be a good idea to put all of our medical knowledge into Dan, who promptly lost it. Down to Elfland, hit up Caneria Castle, Dwarf Cave. At that point, I can pretty much go anywhere, although we need to think about what supplies to get. I think if I do this for Temple of Fiends, I should do it right now at the time that we go up to Caneria. So I'll do that before doing Dwarf Cave. Go murder the prince, steal his key, thereby enabling us to do far more robberies than we would otherwise be capable of. Down around. Alright, so we're gonna grab all the stuff here. I don't really want the copper gauntlet, but I can clean out my inventory when I go to Caneria shops to sell everything. 1950. Is that enough for another silver sword now? No, I think it'd be a little bit short. So we gotta hold off for a while longer. Well, we're saving a lot of money by not needing any Fire 2s or Lit 2s. So that's a positive. Dan, the hero nobody asked for. It might be the hero you deserve. If you've been a very bad person, you may deserve some Dan in your life. Alright, Marfamania, have a good night, and hopefully enjoy your tower climbing tomorrow. I guess November is a pretty rough month to start doing a lot of outdoor activities in. we just looted tool shed. It's a silver hammer. It's a decorative hammer. Used for decorative hammer forging. Copper gauntlet, I'm not sure what that was for. Maybe they just had it thrown into the pile. Oh man, money on Dan being the MVP. I would say Dan has a decent shot at this. It's going to really come down to which fighter is best positioned to have the bulk of the responsibility for the late game. Because somebody's got to be just a little bit better than the rest of the team. Get that Mazmune, the extra levels, and those fights are going to be probably where they pull out ahead in the MVP standings. Alright, let's go ahead and grab the items out of Temple of Fiends. So I'm picking up these swords here so that I can afford more gear. So we're going to pick up Rune Sword and Wear Sword. Grab the... grab the Dragon Sword. That point, that's what, 10,000 gold? That'd be enough for my silver swords to finish those off. We would need 30,000 for getting all of the gear at Crescent Lake early. 30,000 is going to be pretty tough to come by unless I do Peninsula Power. Who knows? Maybe we'll make this work out. We'll think about how to swing this. I guess I got the soft potion as well. This is 800 bucks I'm saving by grabbing it here. Only downside of a soft potion now is that for most of the game you're used to having the pure potions at the end of your inventory. It makes it really fast to fix poisonings. You just press left once and then your cursor's on pures. If you got soft potions, then you have to press left twice. Yep, also games the quick Final Fantasy Four free enterprise is going to be there. It's a 4-way race, so there'll be a big crew going to play in that. I think it'll be a good show. Free enterprise is fast enough moving. I think even if you don't really like the mechanics of it, you're still going to be entertained for long enough to get some enjoyment out of it. Well, I do an all monsters run in the future. I don't have anything against all monsters. It just is a category that I'd have to do more planning for than I could really want to invest time in. Because you do have to do a lot more thinking about the route for something like all monsters than you do for having to do like 4 fighters. I'm making all this up as I go. All monsters requires that you at least track which monsters that you have killed. Spoiled by the pop-ups. I think that the biggest thing that randomizer really accelerates for me is the battle animations. Like if you jump into a battle and you just want to run away, it's so fast to end the fight. And maybe even more so than the overworld walking. Now the buy 10 is significant, but at the same time, you're doing those usually in like smaller chunks, as opposed to the battles which you have like constantly throughout the early game. You know what? Let's grab the 93 experience. Bubble Bobble, I think the last time it was there, it was a co-op run with Metasigma and Darkwing Duck. I remember that one because it was at like 4 in the morning, and Meta, I guess his alarm didn't go off. So we were trying to find where he was, and so he was like 10 minutes late to the start of the run. It was kind of interesting, and then Meta and Darkwing played a lot of Bubble Bobble. Man, Dan can't run from the spiders. Nobody can run from the spiders. This will be something that having some more levels will really help with, is getting out of battles. Alright, go here, grab these 2 chests. And then if I was going to go back to Elfland to get my silver swords, I guess do it from the bottom, or maybe just do silver swords at Crescent Lake, because they do sell them there. I can use whatever cash I have left over to get my my silver gear started. My saving up for the steel armor is, I think we're gonna pass in steel armor. I thought about it, but then it's just like, no, that would be a bad idea. Instead, what I'm going to do is just burn Melmont to the ground. Wooden helmet. I refuse to get the wooden helmet. Just going to leave it back in its little box. All alone. Isolated. Unloved. Unwanted. Just hanging out there for all time. That and the guy in Ordeals. Maybe I'll take the wooden helmet one day and give it to him. Just so he feels better. Alright, got that blasted open here. So, let's see. I mean, we could do Vampire with this party. Honestly, the Marathon route takes me away from any Spectre Geist fights. And we can do Wizards with this group. Although if I do Vampire now, then I'm pretty much committed to doing Lich as well. Level 7 and 8. I mean, this is kind of risky. I will think about it. I'll grab the Silver Swords, and we'll see if we can do a relatively early Earth Cave. I mean, the alternative, Peninsula Power. Let's see, if I did Peninsula Power for a bit, what could we reasonably level up to? If I had cabins... Just doing some planning here for what the math might work out for. I wonder if Peninsula Power wouldn't be too bad. Could sail in from the top side so there's less walking overall rather than going around the inner sea area. And then swing down, do Crescent Lake after I got out of that. That might not be a bad plan. I think what I'm going to do is pick up the Silver Swords here. We're going to get probably a stack of cabins and some heal potions. Do Peninsula Power. And then once we got some cash, we're going to sail down from Peninsula Power to Crescent Lake. Get the silver gear there as much as I can carry. And then go to Earth Cave from there. So that'll be relatively compact on the sailing. And give me a pretty good head start overall. Like, I think that the investment is going to be decent for time at this point on fighters to do Peninsula Power. Because they'll have a reasonable chance of taking out most of the monsters pretty quickly. Just get rid of all your stuff. Get you a Silver Sword. Goodbye, Wear Sword. Goodbye, Rune Sword. Oh, Rune Sword only sells for 2,500. Okay, you've already got a Silver Sword, and now Dan's gonna have a Silver Sword to close this out. And that worked out perfectly for filling up my inventory. So there is 4 silver swords. Clean up my armor as well. A couple things we can probably drop off here, so let's go to that. We'll keep the iron helmet for now. That's actually a decent one. These are extra shields and body armor that we picked up. You're good, and then Dan probably has some extra stuff. Yeah. Alright, that looks good. I'll put on the helmet while I'm thinking about it. So I could get a little bit of silver upgrade right now. I think we'll still stick with the plan of setting up here for Peninsula Power. Let's get 10 cabins. Here's our first 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10 of those. Let's get 20 pure potions, because we're going to need a bunch in the near future. This will be my pure potion shopping for Earth Cave as well. I go in the top entrance of Peninsula Power, then I have a lot less walking overall, and that will probably keep me out of most of the poisonous monsters that are in that neighborhood. There's a bunch of werewolf and asp and other, I guess, arachnid fights as well, if you're walking from Baroka up to Peninsula Power, but we can skip all of those. Can also skip most of the undead fights, I think, as well. Alright, 15 down, 5 more to go. On 2 heals. And for heal potions, let's think about getting... just getting max here. The reason that max out is because I don't have any healing spells. So normally I'd have Cure 1 and Cure 2. In the marathon route going through there. And 50 is probably enough, but then I'm just going to be buying more heal potions right after that anyway. So if I go ahead and do max now, then I can plan out how much money I'm going to have left. So that we are good for cash definitely on the heal potion shopping. I don't want to be short on ordeals. And then after ordeals, I probably have enough cash built up that we can get whatever we want. Ordeals will be really nice, because I don't need those gold bracelets as much. And a gold bracelet will sell for 25,000. That'll be enough to bootstrap probably the pro rings much more quickly. So heal potion shopping we are going. So I think we have just picked up 40 heal potions. I'm working towards our target of 99 here. There'll be a lot of heal potion shopping in this run, given how much you normally rely on those cure spells from the red mages to keep your party up and running. And Temple of Fiends is also going to have some interesting strategies required, so that we don't run out of healing along the way. Hey, Lizard Fleck, welcome in. If you like swords, you've come to the right place. We're going to be having a lot of sorting here in this adventure tonight. 4 swords worth adventure, in fact. I'd use 8, but we don't know the dual wield skill. I wonder what you would even do if you were looking for 8 swords on the base game. You probably would dip into Vorpal at that rate. Because you got 2 ice swords, Vorpal, I don't think Cat Claw would make the list. Cat Claw versus Flame Sword. I think Flame Sword wins on that one. It's close. And man, we gotta be pretty close to being done with our shopping here. I know we're at 65 purchase. And we started with about 20 or so. So we're down to our last bit. I think when I hit 4,000 gold, it'll be right when we max out at 99 heal potions as well. There we go. Heal potion shopping concluded. So we're at 4290 here. I'm going to grab a couple battles at Peninsula Power to try to get some silver gear at Crescent prior to Earth Cave start. This is not essential, but it's a kind of a nice to have that we need the silver gear anyway post Earth Cave. Thief, Black Belt, White Mage, Black Mage. That is an interesting combo because the Thief actually can be beneficial in Randomizer since they are really good at running away. And it depends a lot on what type of monsters that you're fighting, but if you are otherwise getting stuck in battles a lot, like the second best in that party is going to be the Black Mage for the early game, who may or may not be able to get the job done. Here we're taking the backdoor entrance to Peninsula Power today. Since we're already on the outer world, we got a much longer trip to go through the normal Provoker route. And this will also let me get to Crescent Lake quickly once we've done Peninsula Power so that I can get my shopping done. Dan, take out that eye. Good job, Dan. Okay, let's see. The plan is going to be park there, Peninsula for a bit. We do have quite a few cabins now to get our recovery in. Alright, so Peninsula Power should be Zomble, Giant Zomble at the start, and so those three are going to be pretty good. Ooh, that is a lot of Zombles and Trolls. Let's see how much damage we do to figure out exactly how we need to split our characters up. 91's not bad, but that's probably 3 characters on each monster. Maybe 4 for Zombles. Yeah, probably want to have 4 up there. That puts Dan on that one to get him started. Alright, that's a lot of damage. Lot of damage. I might have to rotate everyone around as well to balance this out a little bit. The front 2 character slots are going to be much more likely to be targeted than the remaining character slots. So you have a really uneven bit of wear on your fighters as this goes on. There's one, and so close. Cal, you just got to clench really hard. Survive this fight and you should be good. What point do I think it's going to be slowing down? Well, like right here, I'm going to be taking like an extra 15-20 minutes to do this grind. I'll be doing more Agamas. I'll probably be doing the late bosses a little bit slower, since we'll have a less damage output. Like, we're not going to have fast spells. So overall, I think that just the grinding is going to go slower. And that'll interrupt the flow a little bit. But it's not going to be like dramatically slower, so 6 hours is kind of my guess, because I'm just taking a rough ballpark estimate on it. I would ideally like to see it happen faster. Like, it was 5.5 hours for 4 red mages, and I feel like this party is going to have a tougher late game than 4 red mages will, but not by a huge amount. Let's go ahead and cabin up for this one. Grab our next set of zombies here. See, after that, there is a Frost Wolf coming up, but I can just skip past it. That one's not too bad. 2 all 4. I'd like to get the Zombies down quickly. Yeah, I should have done 3. Should have done 2. Man, that's the first time we've had that much damage on those Zombies. We didn't get a level up either, so that is, I guess, just RNG for it. So let's go triple up. See if we can get Dan split off to start the troll. Here's a place where having the 4 red mages definitely really shines, because those fire 2s are going to, one round packs like this. You can get your levels here quite quickly throughout. Whereas the fighters, they gotta do it the slow, hard way. Alright, MTI, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. And hope you've got pleasant dreams, and also a good Final Fantasy teams. Last one didn't quite work into the rhyme as well as I thought, but I tried. Hey, King Charizard. I think a lot of people played with a 4-fighter party just because it's got the easiest mechanics. I mean, 4 black belts is actually easier because they have even less flexibility in what they can do. But 4 fighters is like a more iconic character class to do that with. That's right, Sherzad. 4 fighters is not going to get AoE damage until Ordeals, which I'm going to do in the normal order here. So we're going to go kill Lich and then go to Ordeals right after that. I want to get Zeus pretty quickly in there, and then they get Maid Staff and Sea Shrine, Thor Hammer, and Black Shirt, probably in Mirage and Sky, respectively. I might hold on to Black Shirt for a little while for grinding purposes, and then we're going to throw that away when we go into Temple of Fiends. You could get Light Axes in Sea Shrine as well, but you're probably not going to need a lot of anti-undead. I mean, there is the vampire fight in Mirage that you could use it on. And that's about it. I'm trying to think about other places where undead are interesting. Like for Lich and Phantom, I probably just want to hit them with swords. Regular attacks are most likely going to do more damage than the light axes will. And there's nothing else really in Temple of Fiends where light axes would help me out. Made the mistake of steel armor. Yes, that is a common mistake. You were swindled by Melmond. Waterfall Trap Tile, that could be a place to do light axe. That is definitely true. Waterfall Trap Tile, I think, is very undervalued in terms of how good a fight it is. I think I might do Sea Shrine Trap Tile. The Gershark Wizzahag one, that can be a pretty good one. And for fighters, it's a much better matchup for them because it's 3 monsters instead of 9 monsters. The Waterfall Trap Tile is really good for anybody that's got a big spellcasting party. One more round on the giant here. So we should be hitting level 9 on everybody at the end of this fight, I think. Because we're down a couple of ogre fights on Ace, and that was it. Oh, I guess it was... Oh, because one of them died on Astos. That's why they were behind Ace. It's like, wasn't Ace the last person for XP? But no, he's now second to last. Melmond sells the armor with the most absorb rating. Gold Bracelet, actually, is a pretty good absorb rating. And way less of an evasion penalty. So I would recommend, if you're looking for the best armor you can buy, go to Gaia, not Melmond. There we go. We got some Tyro steaks. We're going to load those into the picnic baskets. That'll be a delicious snack for later on. Go ahead, give everybody another round of healing. So we should be valuing cabin there. I'm going to try to get level 10, and then I think we're going to be good at that point. I'll pick up whatever I can get for the Crescent Lake items that stage of the game. I might have enough money. 20,000 right now. I would need 30,000 to do all the shopping at Crescent Lake, so it's still a bit of a stretch. Will we be seeing Warmech this run? I'm hoping no. I would prefer not to fight a Warmech in my trip through. But who knows? If I get off on my step route, it might happen. I'll be doing the step route from the marathon route in Sky Castle because any percent needs warp charges to do it. And marathon route naturally has a bunch of delays in it. That works really well. If I take extra steps going after items, then the delays should cancel out where I would normally be saving time on backtracking. How are we doing for these levels? 73, so we can get leveled up in one more battle. One more battle, level 10, and then most of our silver gear will be available at that point. Actually getting really good Frostbow fights. Frostbows, though, don't give me much in the way of gold, so they don't help out with my gear shopping. Okay, probably last encounter, nope. Double Frostwolves. Now probably last encounter. There we go. Alright, so this set of Zombie Trolls goes down. Should have level 10. We should have probably 80% of our silver gear. And then we will take on Earth Cave at that point. I'll see if I can do a marathon route for Vampire Lich, which actually combines the two together in terms of how the encounter manipulations work. And that gets rid of a lot of the bad fights on the way down to Lich. Does level 10 mean 3 hits? No. Level 11 with an Ice Sword is 3 hits. So Silver Sword, which is not as accurate, probably is going to be like level 16 or 17. We're not going to get 3 hits with the Silver Sword. It'll be in the normal Ice Sword before we get the levels that we need. All right. Ooh, Cal missing level 10. He should pick it up by the time that we get to Lich, so I feel like we can just make a break for it and head on to Crescent Lake here to grab our stuff. Interesting tip right there. You can get into the boat, even if it's not across a dock tile, as long as you're one step away from the boat. It doesn't check to see if you're walking away from a dock, only if you're walking onto a dock when you park the boat. Okay, now we can pretty much run from everything here. Head on down and around, and into Crescent Lake. Let's do a safety save, just in case I run into something nasty. Most of the stuff around here, though, should be pretty good. Hey, Justice Erling, what inspired this? So, I was talking about just the 4 character challenges I did last year, and I mentioned that I'd done 4 out of the 6 classes. So we've done Red Mage, Black Belt, White Mage, and Thief. And so it's like, why don't we do the other 2? So we're going to do Fighters tonight, and then Black Mages sometime this week. Black Mages are probably going to be multiple nights, whereas Fighters is hopefully going to be just tonight, and then we'll be done. I was lured by the peds. I should have known better than to believe and trust in these peds. Yeah, 4 Black Mages is going to be pretty serious. You will have a really easy time leveling in the early game, though, because you'll get, at level 5, access to Fire 2 and Lit 2, and that is a pretty big amount of damage. So you can get, up to 12 at Peninsula Power, not much of a problem. Probably get through Earth Cave and Ordeals as a result, because those are dungeons which work really well with spells. Ice Cave will be interesting because you'll be able to attack everything with spells, but you won't have any defense, so the ambushes might be tough. And are we gonna get class change? Yeah, we'll get class change for this. This will be 4 nights by the end of it. The only one that I didn't do class change for was Thieves, because Thieves is so terrible that you might as well go all the way and do 4 Thieves, not 4 Ninjas. Would not recommend 4 Thieves, by the way. That is a pretty painful run. 17 hours of 4 Thieves until we were able to take down Chaos, and it was still really close at the end. For Melmons, I'm not sure if we can survive that. I would have to have probably a couple of weeks of preparation before I could do 4 Melmons. Shockingly, needing 4 attacks on the trolls. I was thinking our silver swords would be better than this, but it looks like we are mostly held back by our lack of levels at this point, so that we don't have enough accuracy to reliably get 2 hits, and then our base damage with the strength scores are still also a little bit subpar as well. So go in here, grab some more pure potions, because I know we've been using up a lot on this trip and here and back. Alright, there's 5 pures. Let's get 10 in total. Alright, looks good to me. I didn't use any heal potions when I was at Peninsula Power, so those are still maxed out. Go ahead, get this stuff sold off. And get you... Oh, I just sold his body armor. Well, we'll go by Elfland then. Pick up our iron armor again. I was just like, yep, I'll sell everything. Not what I wanted to do. At least that one's a relatively cheap item to rebuy. Alright, so Ace is going to sell off that. Dan's going to sell off that. We'll at least upgrade you guys for those shields. Back characters need less in the way of armor, so I'm going to leave the gauntlets unpurchased, and we will pick those up when we get here the real time through with all of our Earth Cave winnings. This randomizer of Vanilla 4 Fighters. This is Vanilla 4 Fighters. We got a regular Final Fantasy cart in the Nintendo, and we are going to town on this one. Alright, so we're going to swing by Elfland to pick up that iron armor again. Then we're going to go to Melmond to get ready for our trip to Lich and Vampire. So we're going to do Vampire Lich just like the marathon route does, or I'm going to intend to do it that way. I'll probably not be skipping as many battles on the overworld as I'm supposed to. And hopefully that doesn't throw my steps off too much. Let's have Cal not be in the front of the party. He's getting targeted a lot, and he doesn't have body armor on right now. There we go. Alright, to Elfland we go. Grab the iron armor and then back up and around. It's actually not too bad of a position because Crescent Lake is actually pretty far to the south. So when you come out of there, you're looking at pretty much due east to run to the side of Marsh Cave. And Elfland's just around the corner. It's got a backdoor entrance allowing you to get in there without having to go to the inner sea area. Can you play Final Fantasy 1 vanilla in the randomizer with the bug fixes? Yes. So you can use the randomizer, turn off all the randomization, and just keep the bug fixes and speed ups or whatever you want to have on. That is totally supported by the randomizer. At this point, the sharks are not really worth it. Skipping as many battles as I can. Save some time here. Alright, into Elfland we go. We'll grab the iron armor. Do I want some more cabins while I'm here? I think I'm probably good for recovery items on the overworld. So I can save my cash there. So we got iron armor for Cal. All set. So front two characters have the better gear. Back two, they'll be down 6 resist, because they don't have the silver gauntlets yet. Other than that, everybody's pretty much identical. So down, back, and around, and to Melmond we go. Let's see. I don't actually need anything in Melmond, so we can avoid going into the town, thankfully. I'll use a tent here just in case we run into some paralyzing undead. The stunlock is actually the biggest threat that we have right now as we go through this stretch. A Melmond betting game for random towns. That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that. That is definitely something that we could put into fantasy. I'm looking to get more ideas for interactive things where you can guess what's going to happen in the run. First one I want to start with is just for bingo, guessing the row, column, or diagonal, because that one I already tried to put my guesses in and see if I can pick out the winning line. Sugar Frosted, thank you much for subscribing there. Glad you've been enjoying the streams, and I hope you enjoy your emotes. Arriving shortly. Hey there, Sugar Frosted, and thanks again. Alright, so this is where I think I normally reset for Earth Cave. Go ahead, get started there. Might be here. Ooh, and I gotta think about it. Yeah, I think it might be there. Well, it's okay. It's okay. We'll see if our steps work out. Actually, no, let me do it. Let me do it the right way. Because I'm pretty sure it's this one for the reset spot. And ideally, I want to have the correct location for the encounters. Because if I get an encounter outside, that's actually a different place from where the battles are going to be inside, if there's any changes to how the route works out. So go ahead and grab this here. That's our first fight, the bull fight. Which I believe seems familiarly correct. We don't need the Earth Elemental money. Normally, for Marathon route, I go kill that Earth Elemental up to the north, grab his cash, and then do the real Earth Cave trip. But I can skip that here. So we already got the levels that we need, and the money is going to be not as significant later on. Who would I rather draft as an NFL quarterback, and is Dan on the list? Yes to both questions. We are taking Dan. We're going to take Dan all the way to probably bankruptcy, but maybe the Super Bowl. the arachnid fight out of there. Just keeping track of where I am in the encounters. Just in case it makes a difference. There's my coral sword. Grab the cabin here as well. 330 gold to the right. Probably not even worth taking those 2 steps over. Coral sword is going to sell for 4,000, so that's a pretty good amount of cash. Okay, there's bullfight there. Kroger Mummy Image, Wizard Image downstairs. So all those are pretty doable. We've got the gear to deal with wizards now, so I'm not too worried about the wizard fights. Spectergeist I would be more concerned on. The first time that I've tried this, yeah, for 4 fighters, I'm just making up as I go. I have previously done on stream 4 red mages, 4 black belts, 4 white mages, and of course, 4 thieves. But 4 fighters and 4 black mages we have not done. We'll be doing those this week. How long did 4 thieves take? It was 17 and a half hours or something. It was a lot of time with the thieves. That was 4 thieves, no class change. So that had an added degree of difficulty. This one we're going to get class change for the knights. I did 10 hours on white mages. I just got really unlucky with the white mage one. That was 10 hours and 6 minutes, I want to say. And that's having to do Temple of Fiends again, which cost me 35, 40 minutes. We just got a really awful chaos the first time I tried it. And the second time was with the identical party, and it went quite well. Alright, here we go. Vampire time. Time to take down this guy, and he's gonna go hit Ace in the face, but that is his only attack, because we're gonna do enough damage this round to make sure he's eliminated. Vampire has been defeated. Alright, so we should have, yeah, the wizard fight coming up. Let's see if we can get personalized pan pizza sized wizards. Can't we take them one at a time now? Nope. Ace cannot. Cal cannot. Man, he missed on him. How do you miss with a short sword or a silver sword at level 10? This is sad, Cal. Nobody got their wizard down. But I could do another Final Fantasy 1 all platforms again? Probably not. That was like a one-time thing. That's a really long day of Final Fantasy. Maybe at some point I'll do Final Fantasy on the NES Classic to show that version off. I'll have to figure out what the RNG is for that one to see how much of a change I'd have to make to the routes. I think if I could find where it starts in the encounter cycle, it's unlikely that they changed how the battle advancement works. So you probably just have a really weird starting point and offset that you have to deal with. Down and around we go. We should still be okay here. We get cockatrices, then I know we've definitely gotten off footsteps. We do not. So I think we're correct in how this walk's going. Would hard and soft resets be different? Yes. It's a pretty big pain to do a hard reset on NES Classic. Soft reset, I think you can do reasonably well. But I think one way to handle is just to do the routing on the fly, not worry about a planned route so much, as there's specific areas where you need to find good series of encounters, like ordeals, Temple of Fiends, Gas Dragons, Temple of Fiends, Sorcerers, Ice Cave Sorcerers, and so on. So if you're able to have a little bit of buffer time and delay on some floors, then you can fix up the next floor to be fine. Hey CB, how was the Astos fight? Astos fight was first try level 7, I want to say. I was thinking I had to do level 8 or 9. But level 7 worked out. Normally I'd be skipping some encounters here. Oh, this one also normally goes up to Melmond. Let's see where we are when we rejoin this route. I'm kind of playing this really, really loosely for my walkthrough. So hopefully I get close enough to the route that I can make the normal path that I've got in mind work. Oh, I'm supposed to reset anyway. Never mind. Never mind, let's do that correctly. If I'm gonna do this through here, I have to actually hard reset right here, I want to say. There we go. If I do it there, then we go to Melmond. And we don't need to do really anything at Melmond. We'll just stay at the end and then pop back out. But this is to set up the encounters for the walk through Earth Cave on our second trip. There's one battle in. It's like, I'm pretty sure you don't have a lot of shadow fights in the marathon route. There's a reason for that, because you're supposed to reset. Hey, King Booty, welcome in. Four Fighters hasn't been too bad. I did get some extra levels here prior to going into Earth Cave. So we should be relatively set for this dungeon. We'll see how well things go in Ordeals and Ice Cave. Ordeals, I think, is not going to be too bad, because there's not that many fights in the dungeon there. But I could see Ice Cave being exciting. Alright, so that's 3 battles after Power On so far. Then we have the skip before the tunnel. So I think I'll do it this way. We will actually use a tent to make it happen. This is to move Gerwolves from inside to outside, and that moves the second one from outside to inside, and everything meshes up really nicely for our Earth Cave Part 2 as a result. Again, assuming I'm doing all of this right, which I'm being somewhat loose with how the route is supposed to work. So I'm coming in close to the right number of steps in most cases. Like, I'm supposed to be tenting over all of these shadow encounters to make it so that I don't have to sit through the ambushes and things, but the route is precise enough that rather than get all the steps in there, I'm generally following where I want the encounters to be as opposed to all the ones that I'm going to individually skip on it. There's another one on the way back up when I'm going around that little peninsula where Sarda's Cave is on. This will be where my next encounter is. How does this compare to the normal reset one? I mean, you can't really compare them. It's going to be very different. What is the challenge of 4 fighters? I mean, finishing as fast as you can. That is the challenge. You're going to have a lack of healing as well as no buffs for the late game, so things like Temple of Fiends get much tougher. Without fast and without Cure 2s and Cure 3s, you're going to have a much harder time doing the last few bosses, unless you grind a lot. If you grind, you can do, you know, whatever. But to get through here quickly, and we're trying to do this without having to do a whole bunch of extra fights, that'll be the interesting part of it. Alright, so we should get Girdles inside here. 2 steps got rid of 2 of the battles that I was supposed to skip and lose a step on. Yeah, there's my Gerwolf, so everything looks good here so far. So if I'm correct on my steps in my head, I'm 1 step ahead of the route. And that'll probably slowly build up here as we get closer to where Earth Cave is. There's 2 steps ahead. I think that one I normally take in the marathon route. So I should just be 2 steps ahead. Now we get up to normal. Back into normal. There we go. Now let's see how close we are. Okay, go there, looks good. Do have some poisonous monsters coming up on floor 2, usually. I've already got the Coral Sword, so I'm just going to make a dash right towards Lich. Except, when we get to the 3rd floor, I do a little bit of trickery going up and down to get rid of some of the bad encounters. So you'll see me be somewhat tight on steps up until a certain point, and then waste 2 battles. And that'll be a troll fight on 4th floor. Come back up to 3rd floor. What do I get on the 3rd floor there? It might just be like an image fight or something. I remember the trolls, but not what the other battle is. There's my arachnids. Arachnids are cockatrices downstairs, so you'll often see me get an arachnid fight shortly before going on to 3rd floor. That way you have a most likely stretch coming up that does not have any cockatrices on it. There's Groger. Yeah, cockatrices can be pretty ugly with an ambush. What happened last night for a single segment was 6 cockatrice ambush, which is the most cockatrices you can get. And the ambush means that you're going to lose some characters in the first round. And when you lose characters against cockatrices, the remaining ones all focus in on your remaining characters. So you have a much higher chance of losing more characters, and so it just spirals really quickly into having your entire party get petrified. Now the good news is, I think we have enough health to survive Ice 2 on everybody. So Lich is going to be kind of a race at the damage perspective side of it. We want to get 400 damage before he starts getting the Fire 2s and Lit 2s off, which are going to be, what, his 4th and 5th spells, I want to say. He's got a little bit of time in between the ice 2 and when he starts doing those other big damage ones. So those are going to be the opportunity where we need to get some good crits in. That's why Silver Swords I wanted to get, so that we had a decent chance of taking Lich out before those big spells start. Alright, so this floor is going to have Spectre Geist if I stick around. So we don't want that. Instead, we're going to get Trolls down here. Alright, Lausadamus, welcome in. Do you think this is a bad bingo? You should see how bad the randomizing is. Been very vanilla so far. Anything great. We managed to avoid the Spectre Geist. Let's just keep going. But no, this floor is going to have Cockatrices next. So we have to go back upstairs. Get rid of the Cockatrice battle. And I'll wiggle on this square in particular because that's the last square that has an encounter on it. Once you get close to where those steps downward are, it's actually all safe squares around it. So you just spin around that staircase and not get any battles forever. But now the Cockatrice battle is gone, and now we can go down to Lich. This actually works really well for the marathon route and for any percent. Like, I was really happy developing this particular pathway through as a very, very nice trip all directions. Like, you have one wizard battle the first trip, and you've got nothing really on the second trip that is particularly dangerous. Whereas in single segment, because you don't have as much control over where the encounters are, you get 3 wizard battles in order to avoid any Cockatrices or Spectre Geists, and that is a lot of work that you have going into it. Laser Lance, thank you very much for that resubscription there. Glad you've been enjoying the show. I hope you enjoy many more in the future as well. Thank you very much. Yeah, the support is appreciated. Hey, Cypher, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. Right. Need to get off this floor pretty quickly because we do have Spectre Geist coming up, but there is enough steps left. Excuse me, that I don't believe that we have any concerns. And hey, level 11. Starting to get those bigger levels up now. No previous splits for 4 fighters, that's correct. I don't think I've ever done this challenge on stream. I've done pretty much all the combinations of character classes that are interesting off stream, and most of those were when I was not doing it with timers. So having a record here is just for fun, because I don't expect there to be too many other 4 fighter nights that we do. But I want to do 4 fighters tonight and then 4 black mages later in the week. That'll get rid of the last 2 that we have not done on stream. These fights are a lot nicer if you have Fire 2s or even Fire 1s to burn, so that you can take out the group quite quickly. But with fighters having so much defense, it's worked out pretty well for most of the battles in here to just tank the damage. And having the silver gear has meant that we can dodge a lot of hits and hopefully get paralyzed less often. What is the biggest obstacle with 4 black mages? So no healing and no armor. So doing Temple of Fiends is going to be quite rough as a result. I think 4 black mages are not going to be terrible for a big chunk of the game. Like, getting them Fire 2 at the start is going to be rough, but then they get levels really fast. And they probably get through Astos and Lich and Ordeals and maybe even Ice Cave. I'm not sure about Ice Cave because Ice Cave is got a lot of physical attackers in it, but they have a stretch, which is going to be nice. And once you get to the late game, they're just going to die so quickly that it's going to be really, really tough to get through the dungeons. There's the ice 2. We are going to scoff at this ice 2. Because we got a lot of HP right now. There we go. Lich is out of the way. There's our first of the 4 fiends. Let's see. I want to say it is an undead battle here, so I do want to actually skip this fight. Get rid of that, and let's get set up for our ordeals trip. I can probably get pretty close to the intended route. So reset right there. Couple of resets that you're supposed to do, or skips around Crescent Lake. I can probably just take those battles and be a couple steps ahead, and that'll be pretty easy to fix up by the time that we get to the castle. No man cats. Yeah, there's not going to be any man cats. I can pretty guarantee that. We'll be making sure those man cats are going to be gone. So to Crescent Lake we go again, because it is time to claim our canoe, as well as get the rest of our silver gear. So there's supposed to be 2 skips here. Let's take them. That's 1. This is why I normally skip these fights. 2. Troll fight's not bad. We'll grab that one. I'd rather face 5 man cats or 2 sorcerers. Whew. I mean, it depends on what level you are. Man cats, until you've got ribbons, are always pretty bad, because the fire 2s are going to do a lot of damage. So unless you've got fire resist, those things hurt a lot. Whereas sorcerers, if you have levels for magic defense, you will start getting the ability to resist their trance semi-often. And that would let you take care of a lot of those battles quickly. I mean, sorcerers don't have a lot of health, and depending on what your level is, you can probably run from them pretty fast. I would say the sorcerers are probably preferable in most circumstances, just because if you're playing the odds, you might as well go with your better chance of survival. Go for the runs. Ogre and Groger killing. It's actually not too long that you spend on Ogre. So, yeah, Ogre at 43, Groger at 32. More than their average night, obviously, but not excessively so. These are still pretty reasonable amounts for a lot of the monsters. It's not like randomizer where somebody's going to have like 55 kills. You're going to have a pretty reasonable time through most of the fights, and pretty reasonable routes through most of the areas. Let's go ahead and get our heal potions back. We used a couple of heal potions at Lich, just restocking up on those. Alright, how are we doing on pures? 33, we got plenty. Plenty O pure. I do need to pick up the last 2 bits of gear here. So we've got a gauntlet for Bill. Gauntlet for somebody. Nope, I guess it's Ace and Dan. Everybody got shuffled around because of the poison, so now we got our inventories back square again. That looks good. Can sell off the coral sword while we're here and pick up our canoe. Who's got the coral sword? You've got it. There we go. I think overall from this point, money is not going to be too much of a problem because we'll have so many things. First of all, that I don't need to buy, like all the spells. That'll save me like 50,000, 60,000 gold right there. But then also all the mage gear. You know, like gold bracelets, we can just sell those instead of having those sitting around. So I think that money is probably going to be not at all tight, especially after we get through Gurgu. Hey, Box Type Beatnik, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. Now, we have done Crescent Lake. Let's go ahead and head on over to Ordeals now. I don't think I've got any more skips until I get to Ordeals itself. At some point, I'm going to think about doing any percent again, and I'll probably try to be even more aggressive about routing out some of the random encounters. Like anything you don't need, even if it's a relatively simple battle. Probably you save some time on with skips. It's just very difficult to get good skips in places like the middle of the ocean, where you've got no visual reference around you about where the encounter is going to take place. Alright, and with our boat once again in hand, we are sailing away to visit the Man-Cats. Not going to visit the Man-Cats. We're going to go right past the Man-Cats because they're not home. They're out with Warmech. So down around, grab the little bit here for Marsh Cave as my visual reference for where to turn. Basically, I wait until Marsh Cave is just a little bit off screen, go to the south there, and this lets me cut into where Ordeals is, because you don't want to take extra steps. And it's very tough to come in blindly to this little overhanging peninsula. Because if you go too far to the right, that steps to go backwards, and if you're too far to the left, you can't see where the cut-in is. So it's just a really difficult thread the needle operation there. I want to say it's one more skip to go. We go inside. I'll see if I'm correct here or not. I actually was not counting where I should have been counting on the Ordeals pre-battles. I've got a backup entryway here as well, but it requires fighting Medusas, so it's not as good. Dearishal, welcome in. Beware the Man-Cats. We will beware. We'll also thank you for your continued support, and hope that you enjoy many more streams in the future as well. Alright, so here is my Zombo pack. We got some Zombo fighting experience, so we're good there. I think this is where I could have taken another battle skip outside. Although it might have been really tight for potentially getting Argoyles. Argoyles are even worse than Man-Cats because they come in a larger size pack, and both of them have a 50% chance of casting fire too. Oh, and speaking of subscriptions, Mike is the worst. Thank you much for subscribing there. Glad you've been enjoying the shows, and I hope you enjoy your emotes arriving shortly. Thanks again. There goes the Zombles. Be a lot faster if we had some fire twos, but we have no spells to work with until we class change. Mummy fight I don't think we want to bother with. At least we have enough defense that these things are bouncing off us for the most part. But not enough running yet. Until we're level 15, we haven't quite maxed out our chances to run, which will be 95%, 95%, 50%, and 10%, respectively for our team members. Some of our team is a little bit better than the rest. Alright, and I think we're not going to take the Medusa here, so we'll take the delay for the Zombles before going upstairs. There we go. Grab him, and head on up. So I could have gone up for the Medusa battle. We do have a soft potion, so it wouldn't have been the end of the world to do that fight. But this one is, it's pretty easy to take on. And hopefully I have enough to still do the heal staff pickup on this one. I think it works out fine for heal staff and doing the diagonal corner on the nightmares instead of refighting them. Because nightmares, you're going to have a tough time hitting them until you have better weapons. Hey, Corporal Spider. Going pretty good tonight. We're doing our 4-fighter playthrough here and making decent time so far. I'm definitely feeling like 6 hours is going to be very safe. Oops, we need to get rid of this armor. So, iron armor. Yeah, we'll replace that with a gold bracelet. Nice upgrade there. Really big decrease to your weight penalty. Let's keep all the other stuff we don't need up here. Heal staff, I guess, to Bill? Remembering that it's 80 BC is going to be tough. I might need to fix up my inventory in a better way once we get some more items up here. 6 hours is not too bad. That's faster than 4 black belts was by a solid hour or so. 4 red mages was 5.5 hours, but I don't know if it's going to be as fast as 4 red mages. Ooh, Zeus Gauntlet here. I definitely want it. I guess Cal's Gauntlet can go. We can't put the Zeus on until after class change, so he's going to be missing out on 6 defense temporarily. I think it's worthwhile. Double Zombie D, of course. So let's see. Do we get a good fight here? Just don't want to get paralyzed too much. Really don't want to get paralyzed at all. Zeus making some good damage on those Zombie Ds. They're neutral to lightning. It is ice, earth, and poison that I think that the Zombie D resists. I could check. We do have this handy-dandy tool. Ice, death, earth, poison, and status. They got a bunch that they resist. They're also dead, so Zombie D down. We got our tail. We're not going to be able to class change quite yet, because we also need the airship. And that means it is time to get the floater from Ordeals. Not from Ordeals. Floater from Ice Cave. Floater was in Ordeals. We'd be having a much faster time through this. So to Ice Cave we go. I think this route normally goes to Elfland on the way to Ice, so I'm going to follow this path up. If nothing else, I'll get the soft potions from here, and because we are doing resets, I can reset right before the entrance of Ice Cave, and not worry at all about the battle alignment inside. So this is going to be an area where I get to take a full advantage of the ability to reset and set up my encounters as the way I like them. Ice Cave is tough no matter where you enter on the encounter cycle, but there's one relatively close to the beginning that's not too bad. Might even be better to do the single segment here, but we'd be really far off on where that would take place. Sorcerer, the only monster with Death Touch? Yes. Only one monster with Death Touch in the game. Just want to get soft potions. 1, 2, 3. We got one that we got earlier, so that's actually 4 total. Already maxed out on heal potions. I'm not picking up cabins here because I want to get my my heal potions to a better spot for Gurgit Volcano. That requires getting rid of all my cabins or all my houses. Just keep them both at a low number. And out of Elfland to the Ice Cave. See, it's 2 battles skipped at the start of Ice. Because that is normally going to start with 3 Cockatrice Mummy encounters. And by burning those 2 off, I have 1 left, but I get rid of 2 of them. There's a bunch of Frost Giants on this one. Frost Giants are going to be less pleasant with this group because we're not going to have AoE fire to use against them. Pretty much everything in Ice Cave is going to be less pleasant because this is a dungeon that very much favors having fire 2s to take you out of certain encounters more quickly. Normally a bunch of aquatic skips I would do here. A long time ago, I used to intentionally leave a lot of the caribou battles in, because for Marathon Route, I'd be trying to use these to get my level target, so that going into Ice Cave, I would have, I want to say it's level 10, because I wanted to get Ice 2 spells. Ice 2, it sounds weird, but Ice 2 actually works really well in the eye for the mages to use. There's nothing else in Ice Cave where Ice 2 would be pretty helpful, but on the mage, on the eye fight, the eye is neutral to that, and it does more damage than the red mage's weapons would. And then once you have level 10, then that also means you've got a fast charge in Gurgit Volcano for carry. So it works out to have level up for both of those. Hey Celia, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. We are just about to get our airship. Also, maybe face certain doom and death, but airship is really the reason that we're going here. One, 2, 3, 4. See you later, Grimp Gerwolf. Not Gerwolf, Grip Werewolf. That is the monster set that this area normally has. Cabin down. And 2 battles skipped. There's 1. Two. Alright, let's Ice Cave. The really tough ones, I think, are going to be the multi-dungeons, where I'm supposed to combine together different dungeons for even the marathon safe route. So, for example, like going into a waterfall or going into the Center Temple of Fiends, we know that we're going to have some tricky spots there to patch up the route on it. Dan is out of here. Hey, Overswarm, you beat 4 fighters as a kid. Yeah, I think a lot of people, if they made some mistakes, hopefully they made a mistake of having lots of fighters rather than having lots of thieves in their party. Four fighters is not a terrible combination if you're willing to get a lot of levels. Doing it quickly, though, is kind of the challenge here. So, not getting, like, if you're like level 35 plus in your whole team, 4 fighters is going to cruise through Temple of Fiends, no problem. But we're going to see if we can get, I'm going to probably target like 26, 21, 21, 21 for the group. And we should be relatively okay there. Depends on how the late game grinding goes. Unfortunately, we can't grind in Temple of Fiends because there's no way to get out unless you have travel spells. So it makes it much tougher to pick up your XP there. Oh, the question is, do I get ice armor now? So I want to get ice mail, flame mail, and opal mail, which are normally not part of these routes. I guess opal mail will be in Sea Shrine, because with Marathon route, I'd normally be going up there. But ice and flame are not. So could we grab ice mail and not mess up where we are in the encounter cycle? This would probably require that I know where we are in the encounter cycle. Once I get the Frost Giant Frost Wolf, I'll be able to sync up. Can I get the ice mail and not the gold? That's my plan. That'll take me too few steps to do. So that'll be the interesting part of it. And we'll see how that works out. Okay, there's Frost Giant Frost Wolf. So now you two up there, and Zeus. Of course we get Frost Breath. 1 in 4 chance, which is approximately 100% in this game. You will get Frost Breath by the Frost Wolf, and that does do a lot of damage, so it's going to be some heal potions we need to rebuy. Man, he's taking some big hits there. Now, luckily, most of this dungeon doesn't really have a lot of bad encounters. Except for this floor. Coming up, there's some really bad encounters on this floor. Alright, should be good enough for everybody's experience. Should be good enough for everybody's HP. Will it be good enough to grab this stuff? There's Flame Sword. I guess Flame Sword to you. Actually, if anybody's gonna have the good swords, it's probably the back characters in this situation. Nice chance to strike first. So first trap tile, not too bad. Let's go ahead and try to get this ice armor. This is actually not too many steps out of the way. It's just a really dangerous frost dragon fight. Dan says, see you later, frost dragons. And that'll go to replace that. So gold up there. You got ice mail now? Ice mail does give me resistance to paralysis, which will help out. There's Frost Giant Frost Wolf. If I take the battle now, like, let's go get the cash. What does that do? I think we'd still be okay. Because we need to be not on second floor for a while still. Hey, Specty, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. I think this works out. We're going to get Wraith fight, and then we're going to get a Frost Giant Frost Wolf fight. Well, I can even just do bottom row. This is still 27,000, and that saves me like 7 steps. So that is almost as many steps as it takes to do the Frost Mail. I think we're actually really close to step count now, and we've done the Ice Mail, so we don't have to come back. No, I just used the silver helm, silver shield instead of the Zeus Gauntlet. We'll need to do something by that Zeus Gauntlet position. Behold my silver shield. Hope you guys liked it. Very proud of that shield. Okay, There's one Frost Giant Frostwolf out of the way. And if things are like I think they are, we will not get another one here. Instead, we're going to get the R-bones on this floor. I don't think I can get this cache here. Just going to get the regular stuff in the center. Actually, yeah, I'm supposed to get that cache. We got 2 R-bone fights. No, this is correct. This will work out. I can go ahead and do this now. We're not trying to do single segment. This is doing it with resets to set up encounters. Go and get that ice shield on. So, unfortunately, we are not fully protected from the eye. But we got most of our characters that can get over 300 health. Dan is the exception. So if Dan gets glanced at, he will die. Or I guess XXX text in this case. So we're going to see if putting him in the back keeps him alive for a little while longer. Everybody else, as long as they don't get hit, is safe. So here we go. 4 versus 1 on the eye. Got him. Good fight. Back downstairs we go. We should still have R-bone time here once we get through the trap tile. R-bone and then maybe Gurpeed, depending on how things go. I want to say we get off the floor before we get Gurpeed, but it's been a while since I've done this route. I don't remember Gurpeed being in Fantasy. Gregpeed used to only show up near Onrak, and then even that one disappeared. Maybe though we'll see Greg tonight. If anybody sees Gregpeed, give him a wave. It's been a long time since we last had him in a speedrun. Looks good there. There's our Wraith battle, and I don't think I really want the gold enough to go pick it up. It's 10,000 gold to the south. I can get that money from Cardia as well. So if I don't have enough money for 4 pro rings, which we're really close to it right now, so we should be okay, then I can get it outside. There we go. We got our floater. It is all set and ready to float us ahoy to various destinations, exotic locales. Such as an island with a dragon obsessed with rat tails. 2, 3, 4, and let's also get a better party room. Now that we started having actually interesting gear on people, I need to start keeping track of who's got what. So let's go our traditional A, B, C, D order. We're going to want the best defense on Ace and Bill. So Ace is going to get Ice Mail. Bill is going to get Ice Shield and Gold Bracelet. Cal can have Zeus, and Dan can have Heal Staff. That looks good. Who though do I put Flame and Ice on? Well, we're gonna get better stuff pretty soon. We'll worry about the weapons in a little bit once we have another Ice Sword to balance this team out. Okay, that's one of the ones that I normally skip. Actually, I'm supposed to like double skip on this one, so probably the next one is also a fight that we want to avoid coming up. After this, yeah, skip before 4-way. So I think it's this battle and then one more that could be normally skippable. But soon we'll be free of this tyrannical waterway. and only have to do one more extended canoeing stretch. Canoes actually have pretty dangerous monsters relative to the area of the game that they're in, especially the northern canoe stretch. Those Frost Gator and Arcaribou are especially hazardous. And back to the boat we go. All right. We're out of there. We have made it. Hey, Filipino Spy, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here tonight. We are in the midst of our 4-fighter challenge. We have just wrapped up the ice cave, about to turn it to a 4-night challenge. You could do this party without class change. It just would require more level ups. You'd have pretty much no reason to keep the 4th fighter alive, because they wouldn't have good enough gear to survive Temple of Fiends. But 3 fighters could kind of limp through a lot of things. How many times do I have to revisit Melmond with 4 fighters? In theory, you only have to do Melmond once to get the visit to Dr. Un. I did go to Melmond once earlier, so we'll have a total of 2 Melmond visits in this one. We're not going to buy spells, so normally the reason I'm going to Melmond, there's extra times. There's like an in-trip before Earth Cave, which I didn't do. There is buying Cure 3 and Life and Warp and so on, which I don't need to do that as well. So you can save some Melmond trips here. Should you be interested in going Melmond-less? Unfortunately, that's not possible, but 1 Melmond is a strong possibility. There we go. Class change complete. Eight years of walking is always not that long. They are unnecessarily long. But it's only about 6 months. 6 months of walking to get up and down these. And you know what? I don't want to get 3 Purrings right now because we also have to carry the Zeus Gauntlet around still. So I should only get 3 Purrings here. As I go off and think about my shopping trip. The other things we could do. I mean, we do want to get Canary and Elfland out of the way. Actually, don't even need Pro Rings for Gurgu Volcano. Doesn't change my defense overly much. I will pick up Ruse here. Ruse and Cure 1 for my knights. Cure 1 probably doesn't get a ton of use, but it will save me a little bit of heal potion shopping. There's Ruse for everybody. There's Cure for everyone. We get Cure 2 as well. And those are really the only 3 spells that a knight is really helped by. I mean, I could get a fire, I think, but it's like it doesn't make a big difference. White and Light Warriors just help clear up the cobwebs in the Melmond Inn. Well, for one thing, knights can't even purchase the nuke spell, so I'm not sure how you're expecting them to defeat anything in Melmond without that. But second, they really don't want to go back to Melmond. It's a pretty bad place. Here, just getting set up for my Gurgu Volcano trip down. So we should have a decent number of heal potions to get here, but we bought 99 before going to Ordeals and Ice Cave. And I don't think I used more than about 25 or so. There we go, all full on those. Reset back up. So I need to get my encounters reset so that we can enter Gurgu Volcano one battle in, which should be enough steps right there to do that. Let's go ahead and grab our Cure 2s. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Alright, so all the healing that we're going to get is at least locked in for our spell slots. We're not going to get spells themselves until level 15. So it's post-Gurgu by the time that we can actually take advantage of these. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, it is time for the Agama grind. Go ahead and put that on. I think that's as good as we're going to get. Get rid of that. Use that up. Skip one battle here. This gets rid of, I think it's a Arhydra at the start? No, it's Argoyle at the start. It's been a while since we've done Gurgu Volcano from Power On. And down we go. It is time to visit the Agamas. Also carry. At the end of this, I'm going to wreck my step route because I need to grab the flame mail before we leave Gurgu. If I don't grab the flame mail now, then I have to come back here later so that we have all of the fighter gear before we finish up. Damn, using the heal staff. It's pretty effective. I don't know if I want Dan getting all these MVP points. Dan might already be in the lead on the MVP awards, which is very concerning. Letting him use the heal staff is just going to get him even more undeserved credit. Alright, up we go and on to the depths of Gurgu. Dan isn't napping now, but I'm not sure if I actually want to have all 4 fighters at the same level for the late game. Because one of them doesn't have the ribbon. So they're probably going to have a very high chance of dying at Chaos. Before that, though, they could be useful. And I'm thinking about maybe having one of the fighters get extra levels so that they can be the Masvian Wheeler designate. And be like, yeah, this is going to be the person that solos Lich and is in charge of taking most of the Fiend workout so that we can conserve our heal potions on the way down. We're going to take Trap Tile here because I want to get the Flame Shield. You're good. Used to take Grey Worm fights, and then I realized that they're only good if you can one-round them. And I know with Fighter, Red Mage, you can't. Or at least not reliably. Maybe this party could, if they put their mind to it. So we're gonna get Flame Shield. Let's get that to Cal. Get him a little bit extra. I'll probably end up passing these around quite a bit as we get ribbons and things to reorder our party inventory. We want to get most people kind of balanced against elemental resistances so that they're able to withstand a lot of attacks that are coming up. And here we go. Let the Agamas begin. So we are level, I think, 11 right now. And that is higher than normal. We might even be level 12 after having completed that ice cave. Definitely level 11, because we got 3 attacks per round with the ice sword. Let me put the other ice sword on before I forget about that. And we will see what we want to end up with. Certainly we don't have hard targets here because Warp, which is normally what drives this grind, is not something I can get. So Warp is not on my mind. That's going to complicate Sea Shrine and Waterfall quite a bit, but that's just going to be the way it is. And so as a result, I need to think about what is going to be the real value here. I would like to get a couple levels so that we can do the early bits of Sea Shrine. It might be better to get levels in Sea Shrine than in Gurgu, to be honest. If we can get the like Gershark Wizzahag fight, Trap Tile a couple times, maybe try to get to Mirage super early so that we can have a good time at Mirage doing vampires and guards. I might still want to get level 15 just because that's where we get Ruse for the first time. That'll help out with blocking versus Kraken if everybody ruses on round 1. Hopefully we don't get murdered as hard as we will otherwise. So let's see, where do I want to put this target? We do kill Agamas relatively quickly. I don't know. Maybe we'll stick with 15. We'll stick with the traditional 15 here. And worry about the rest of the stuff in a bit. I was thinking about even getting the solo fighter really leveled up here. But I'm not sure if that's wise. See, at any percent, solo fighter would we'll get like 18 here and then get the flame mail, which we could still do. Or maybe do 2 fighters. There's some things to think about. We got a couple levels before I need to worry about it, and then we will make our call. See what the Agamas do with their heat. That'll help guide me. If we can get a couple of fighters killed off, then that will that'll pick out who's going to be the super fighter at the end. Probably it's going to be Cal and Dan that get killed off, since there is a good chance Ace and Bill's Ice Shield and Ice Armor, even though they're in the front taking more physical attacks, they'll take less heat damage overall. Agama versus Ace. Everything looks good so far. And if I get Flame Mail, that is 2 extra Agamas that we need to fight. There is a red D down there that's kind of concerning. And then post-Bull, which is normally the last encounter in here, do I have any worrying fights at the bottom floor? There is a Fire Elemental. There's an Agama. There's the Cerebus Wiz Ogre, which is not a dangerous fight. I think we'd probably be okay with the fights that I've got likely coming up here. Because the bullfights are no big deal, and the extra Agama is, of course, no big deal as well. Agamas have actually been extremely tame. I guess because we come in at a higher level, and we got a lot of fighters who are doing enough damage to one round the Agamas. We're actually not seeing that many early heats. Normally what happens is you get heated a bunch early, because the Agamas get lots of turns in there. And then as you level up, you'll see fewer and fewer turns for the Agama, and hence fewer and fewer heats, so that you don't have to worry about healing as often. But these Agamas, man, these Agamas are so well behaved. I think we've gotten heated like twice. That's it. Actually makes it hard to kill characters off now that I think about it. Guess we'll get some lava. There's probably 25 points of lava between here and the end of this. But by the end of it, I also don't really have the opportunity to do an extra Agama grind. What I did in the any percent route was actually just not bother healing the person I want to kill off. And so that was a quick way to fix things on the way down. I should have thought about that. Instead of dropping heal potions at everybody, leaving a couple people that were not healed up so I could manipulate their experience. Let's see, if I don't get the experience differentiated here. Waterfall, probably not a great spot for doing it. We got the trap tile there. That actually benefits us if we have a lot of characters alive. We have Sea Shrine, where you want all the characters there for Kraken. And then we have, I guess Mirage, we can do whatever we want, because at Mirage, at that point there's a lot of flexibility. Hey, Andreas Martin. Thanks for hanging out, and hope you enjoyed the show here tonight. Have a good rest of your day. Rest of us are about to hit level 15, which I think we will take as our cutoff. Having Ruse, I think, is enough. Ruse on Kraken, and then we will consider it good. Also, judging by the way this has been going, I've been steadily lowering my estimate down. I was initially thinking 6 hours. Now I think 5.5 hours is going to be pretty secure. I think we'll be good enough for this team. Depending on how Temple of Fiends goes, that's the big question mark, is my Temple of Fiends strategy. Because I got to get through there with no revivals, so that's a big deal. No warp spell. That's going to make me take extra encounters on Tiamat's floor. And no healing. And no healing is interesting for a lot of reasons, but particularly because going through there with 99 heal potions, I mean, we do have a lot of defense, but things like Lich's Nuke are going to be a major problem with that. And so I'm thinking about having a solo fighter take on Lich 1v1 and try to use that as a way to avoid getting lots and lots of heal potions sucked away. I think if I can get past Lich decently, then the rest of the temple should be more or less the same, except the bosses are going to be harder. Bill with the one-shot, you rarely see that. Rarely do you see the one-shots there. Maybe I'll keep Bill alive. He's been doing pretty good. I don't have many complaints against Bill on this one. Dan, I've got some complaints about. And we are just about hitting level 15 now. Expecting it to be either this battle or the next one, where people start getting it. I know that there is some separation because of a death at Astos, and a really, really minor bit of separation because of early ogre differences. Well, those will be smoothed out by the fact that we are going to get 2 extra Agamas, maybe 3, in the process of getting our flame mail downstairs. There we go, 15 on Ace. And Bill. And Dan, but not Cal. So Cal should get 15 here. That means everybody's going to have 15 before we even start the downstairs part. That's okay. That puts us at 15 plus 3 for the bulk of the party. All right, to the flame mail we go. I guess we'll go ahead and get everybody healed up. I won't worry about separating my character levels out quite yet. Well, that is one of the best places to do it, because you've got a very controlled grind going on. So now, let's grab the Flame Mail. Normally not part of the marathon route anymore. This used to be, in the very, very early days, something I did. I would get Ice Mail, Flame Mail, Opal Mail, and Dragon Mail, and just have 2 sets of upgrades. And then later on, I started dropping those early armor, so I just have iron armor for much longer. Marathon route does at least get Opal and Dragon, and then for single segment, we don't even have enough steps for that. And I end up having to go to Chaos with an iron armor on one of the fighters, which is very exciting for how much damage they can take. Alright, so who needs some defense? Probably Dan, get rid of that iron armor. Get him the flame mail instead. Take our bonus Agama on the way out. I may get one more Agama, but probably it's just going to be the bullfight. I'll see how close the steps are, though. And look at that bonus Agama fact on the way out. That means we probably don't get an Agama fact in Temple of Fiends, sadly. Only one Agama fact per 6 Agamas. You gotta ration them. They're too valuable to use for, without getting a good payoff for them. And here we go. It's carry time. Everybody mostly healed up. Shouldn't have too much of a problem with this fight. We got enough health on the fighters, and we're gonna be doing decent damage even though we don't have any fast spells to work with. Oh yeah, you guys are good. Well, maybe not the damage. Damage is not good. That's a little better. We got 100 here. She's got 600 total health to get through 150. And let's call that 200. 200 damage around one. So we're looking at a 3-round fight here against Carrie. Could be faster. We actually got a really good round this time. We're about 450 right now. Dan would have to have a massive hit to finish it off. 113. Dan has taken Carrie out. There goes our second fiend. And here comes Fred Coughlin. Fred, thank you much for the host there. Hope everybody's coming in from Fred's stream, having enjoyed the show and ready for some Final Fantasy IV fighters. That's right, we got 4 fighters, and we are not afraid to use them. Okay, I don't need warp spells, so we're not going back to Melmond. I will pick up the pro rings here. Rex effects. Agamas are insects, fish, birds, and several other species of animals. It's a really strange genetic history that they have. Alright, so we want to get pro rings for everybody except for the person that's got Zeus. So that is 3 pro rings here. Is that correct? I'm not going to get another armor slot item until we get black shirt. So yeah, that works out. By that time, I'll have plenty money to replace pro ring a second time. Not even convinced that I'm going to need the black shirt. Just thinking about it for a grind potential. There we go. So pro rings for 3/4 of the team. Gives them some instant death resistance. And now, let's go grab our fairy. Pop the bottle right there. I need a couple cabins for the upcoming stretch. Let's get 5. I think 5 is what I'm supposed to have in the normal route. All that looks good. Overtrained Dragoon Omega X 1 and 2. I'm pretty sure I have not heard of that. I have, though, heard of some Axion, which we're going to be getting into the Seashine with. Got Waterfall as well. I think we'll do Waterfall first, just so I've got Ribbon and Defense Sword in there. Get a little bit of a better weapon for Kraken. Alright, all cabined up and ready to go to the waterfall. I need Probably to get reset on the battles before going into Waterfall, since the encounters as you get further in, I am less certain about whether they're going to have any good fights for me there. I mean, it probably is not a big deal, regardless, since the bulk of the encounters until you get to, what is it, the perilous stretch? I mean, perilous are not too bad. I think we should be fine no matter where we enter. We can just go right on in. Yeah, Pro Rings have a very different feature here. In Dungeons & Dragons, it was just giving you additional armor protection, which they do give you really good armor. 8 is the same as what the Opal Gauntlet's going to have. So it kind of makes the Opal Gauntlet a bad pickup. They're valued the same as the Opal Gauntlet, but Opal has really not much of a benefit over the Pro Ring. I guess it does have one less weight penalty, but the bulk of it is just the fact that there is really strong limitations in terms of what you can do as status ailments in this game. So like a lot of the cool stuff in Dungeons & Dragons would have been very hard to port over. Alright, into the waterfall we go. Let's grab our stuff here. Might even get the wizard staff here, just in case we want some extra cash for something. I can't think of anything where we would benefit money-wise, but it's basically one step out of our way to go pick it up. Sadly, no good mummy fights for me. Sometimes you can get some profitable mummy fights here normally if you've got Fire 2, so that you can get an Agam and a half with 2 whiz mummies and a lot of regular mummies. And then Trap Tile, there is a chance of getting 2.5 Agamas if you get a really good formation. Maybe I should have come here after Waterfall so I could bring the mage staff with me. I think we'll be fine though. I think we'll be fine. We'll get more of our experience out of Sea Shrine and Mirage than anywhere else. Those are both really good destinations for XP. As we come around the corner here, look off to the inky greenness of space and see, down south, is there a bat floating in the breeze? Is Out of Bounds bat? Oh wow, he is right up on the edge. He wanted to see this one. He cannot believe we got 4 fighters going through here. That is our best Out of Bounds bat sighting, I think, in months. You can't have him much closer than that. Beautiful. This one would have been 1.5 Agamas, but it's like, do I really want to bust out the Zeus Gauntlet? Not quite yet. Okay, there's Wizard Staff. Normally I don't pick that up in speedruns, but we're going to grab it here. We'll get rid of, I guess, Cal's hat, so we can pick up the ribbon. Money, and then the defense sword. So ribbon really should be on the front fighter, but we don't have anything that we are worried about for spells for quite a while. Weapon wise, defense sword, I think actually Cal's not a bad place for this. We're gonna leave it on Bill here and give Ace the ice sword. That of course means that Dan has the worst weapon, the flame sword, right now. Don't want him to get hurt. Another 1.5 Agama battle that we'll pass on. See you later, mummies. We'll hopefully get better stuff in Sea Shrine. And here we are, walking backwards out of Waterfall because we don't have the warp spell. There's a lot of places coming up where warp is kind of expected to just be there in the route. And so I need to figure out alternatives for how we get through Sea Shrine without some bad encounters. I think what I might be able to do is split it into 2 parts and then skip battles outside so that part 2 lines up with where part 2 should have been starting. 4. Alright, we got our cube. Let's get Sea Shrine figured out. Normally I want to skip 4 battles at the start to get rid of Whizzag. I think I'll still do that for the walk up. And then we'll figure out how to adjust for the walk back down. But it may just work out that I can skip all the ghosts. Those are my big worry there. Hey, we got double out of bounds bat. Could actually see out of bounds bat from the entrance as well. That's super rare that he got so much showtime here tonight. Giant Frostwolf. I guess that's why I normally skip these. So I think, no, Cal's the one that's got Zeus. Just unload with that. Okay. 4 battles skipped. I guess we don't really need houses. Because obviously we don't have any... Well, we got a small number of spell charges to recover, but not much that we're going to be using on the way to a lot of these destinations. So maybe I get rid of most of my my houses rather than cabins for the late game. Just stock up really hard on cabins instead. Alright, there we go. So 4 battles skipped. 1. 2. Remember, one of these is really far away. Get to explore all the nasty bits of Onrak that you never get to see. I think, yeah, right there. That's 3 battles skipped, and this will be number 4. Alright, into Onrak we go. Let's go ahead, stock up on cabins to start with. Convenient place to do it, considering that they are at the top of our menu here. I'm also going to need some heal potions in a bit. I don't really want to get heal potions here because they're in an inconvenient spot. 43 plus 4 cure 2s. Hopefully it's going to be enough to get us through there. Hey, Panzer Dave, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here tonight. Alright, there's all the cabins I'm going to get. Let's see if that's enough. Then I should also think about, am I at full health? No. We're going to hit the inn here. I'll be interested to see how Final Fantasy does. Obviously, we're going to get a lot more points than a regular single segment, any percent, or marathon run, but at the same time, it's probably a lot less points than the normal randomizer run, even with everybody getting bonus monsters to give them extra points for their team. Alright, so I want to get Opal Armor. I want to get Mage Staff. I guess it makes sense to do Opal Armor first, then Mage Staff, and then go up to Mermaid Floor. Okay, there's the water fight. Oh, we're definitely gonna get Whizzag, but there is a whole bunch of Gersharks coming up. This is actually not bad for the trip through. I think this will be a good opportunity to grab some levels as we go through this. Gersharks are a not quite an Agama's worth of experience, but pretty close. And you can get 2 of them in the same battle, so it works really nicely for getting XP. Okay, so who's getting this? I guess Cal is getting Opal Armor? Nobody needs lightning resistance, really, so this is not a bad pickup for him. Lightning resistance isn't important until you get to Blue D. I'm gonna go on this side down here. A nice double Gershark there. Cal with Zeus. I think Zeus will do more than his regular attack, because he'll get three hits with it. No, only 2 hits. Wasn't sure if they would be able to clear out the Gershark by themselves. Looks like we actually got some pretty good offense, though. There we go. Hey, Packers. This is actually only level 15, which is what I would normally have coming through this stage of the game. I've been trying to avoid doing excess leveling because wherever you level up, you want to get the most XP per minute, and usually that's going to be as late in the game as possible. So I have just done the normal route up through here for levels, and I'll get more experience probably in Mirage before doing Temple of Fiends. Missed a Arsa Hag there, Cal. Try better next time. Try better. We have 4 more Gershark battles coming up, so we got plenty of time on here. There's the Mage Staff. That'll help out with our leveling process. Just having sources of fire and lightning are really, really important. Alright, so 2 up there. Actually, no. Just Defense Sword up there. And then go against the Ice and Flame Sword. Try to balance out the shark damage a little bit. Wait, Ace doesn't have Defense Sword. Bill's got Defense Sword. I was actually right for the configuration. We wanted to have 1st and 4th characters on the alternate shark. Ace got to get a better weapon soon. Silver Sword is just not good enough for what he's got responsibility-wise to take care of. We'll have Sun Sword and Mirage to help us out. And there we go, up to Mermaid floor here. So this will be Opal Bracelet, and Opal Armor, and Opal Shield, I want to say? So what armor can we get rid of? Flame, Opal, Ice. I guess Gold Bracelet just goes. I want to get rid of Gold Bracelet. That'll have better defense. Yep, this is correct. That's only Iron Armor worth of defense. This is now the Flame and Ice Mail worth of defense. So that's correct. I was thinking, do I need a Gold Bracelet for pairing with Ribbon? But no, I want to get the Flame and Ice Mail still. It is all coming on according to plan. I'm pretty sure this is Helmet and Shield. No, this is Gauntlet. It is Gauntlet in here. Means one of these we don't want. The other one we can get freed up. Let's try your helmet slot. That's easy to replace. Yeah, there's Opal Helmet. That means that's Gauntlet. That's the slab. Opal Helmet really just gives me a little more defense and not a super significant pickup. Everybody gets to hear the music loop twice. Not the only time that you're going to hear this music loop in the game. Here we go, double music looped. Alright, I think I want to get the Light Axe. I was debating about whether I should pick this up, and So I've got so many Gershark fights coming up. This is pretty safe to do. Like we have Gershark, Sea Snake, Gershark on this floor, which is basically nothing but delicious Gershark encounters. So if I spend more time here getting light axe, that's fine. And then we can reset the encounter table for going downstairs. I don't know if I'm going to have any blockages due to ghosts and things, so might as well grab what we can right now. Light axe, surprisingly decent as a weapon for the fighters in the early game. If you have a light axe and randomizer, then I would actually recommend checking it out if you are still in like the first 30 minutes or so and you haven't found any other good stuff. See if light axe will give you anything. The accuracy score is of course terrible because axes are not a very accurate weapon, but the damage output is going to beat out most of those mid-tier magic swords. That usually is the bulk of what you have at the start. I could have gotten this way around. Light axe, then mage staff there. And we get the big eye. Nice. This is the best XP formation in this dungeon. Well, the one that you're likely to see. There's the Gershark Wizahag fight. Trap tile. It's also a regular encounter if you get... I think it's the Group 8 one. I know it's pretty uncommon. Hey, Soundhound, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. We are working on our 4-fighter playthrough. Up to the glorious Sea Shrine. In pretty good times in the process. Five and a half hours is looking increasingly safe as our estimate. Oh, I should have checked this floor before going down. What do we have here coming up? Alright, Gershark's fine. Making sure we weren't going to get another Wizahag battle. Hey, Brilliant Insanity, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here tonight. So if I have a choice, I'm probably going to have to favor Wizahag over Ghost. So that one's an easy pick coming up. Got to make some plans for how we get to get down to Kraken here. What's bad about the Wizahag battle? It's just slow. You've got 9 monsters, and they're probably not going to die in the first round because Lit 2, 1 cast is not sufficient to get all of them reliably, and they don't give you very much experience, so it's a slow, low XP fight. It's more frustrating if you're trying to really optimize out your speedruns. In terms of difficulty, they're really, really easy. Right now on 3rd floor. I'll try to squeeze some steps out if we can. I've got 2 safe battles before the ghost happen. I've got 1 safe battle before the ghost happens. Oh, there's a bunch of ghosts coming up afterwards as well. I'm going to try to get through this next floor without being ghosted. Call the Ghostbusters if we have any problems. Oh, this is a long floor too. Mage staff is on Bill. Light axe is going to be... Let's put the light axe on Dan. Just use the silver swords to buff out their inventories. I mean, we just had a short encounter for the steps between them, so hopefully this is a long one. It's looking pretty long so far. Now we got the ghost. How was that ghost there? Did I get another battle and I didn't realize it? I was supposed to have 1 more battle before the ghost happened, but I guess not. I guess not. At least it's only 2. Not even all that bad of a ghost fight. Ghosts are easy. We're just not going to fight them again. Okay, sea troll lobster there. That's correct. So now we're going to go up to 3rd floor. Now up to 4th floor, which we don't want to be on. So we're going to skip these battles here. Are ghosts unrunnable? Yes, ghosts are unrunnable. Water is also unrunnable, which I'm skipping right now. Oh, there's a bunch of battles I need to skip. Unless I think I can get through the floor in one encounter. I could probably get through the floor in one encounter. It's not a long floor for the one in that in the next room. It's the one where you're walking around the outside, and it's only like 20 steps. So I got rid of water. This is going to get rid of ghost. Then we'll go back up to 4th floor next. The floors are really crinkly around here. They actually go down and then up and then down again on crack and structure. That's why there's actually so many floor transitions, even though the dungeon only has 5 total floors you need to get through. So this one would be Sea Snake here, which is perfectly fine. Now we're down on 3rd floor. Still Sea Snake here. And then 2nd floor right now is going to be Ghost Water, Gershark, Ghost. And that's pretty bad, so we are going to burn those encounters off. Let's get rid of Ghost. There are a lot of good openings. Do I go with the water? I need to get the ribbon on the way up. So there is a little bit of extra walking involved there. I'm trying to think if I can do the next floor in 2 battles or not. We have Ghost 3 battles from now. So Water and Gershark are our next 2. I think it's worth going for. I'm not going to get the 2nd Light Axe, I think. That's pretty far out of the way. So let's just go down here, make a break for it. Light Axe is all the way on the west side of the floor. I want more items. I mean, we're going to want the ribbon eventually. So I want to grab that. Go ahead and get rid of, this will be okay. Hey, Alice and Chains. We are not doing randomizer. This is just the base, regular old game on a real Nintendo with a real cartridge. Doing our 4-fighter playthrough. Having some good times with it. Just grabbing the money here. I think this will be okay. Going through this square is a free step, so it doesn't advance the step counter when you're getting the trap tile fights. So we got a ribbon. Let's see, where do we want to go from here? You probably want ribbon in front, which means you can take opal up, and then you're gonna want to swap this so that we have flame paired with ice, and then you actually want to swap this so that we have flame paired with ice. Okay, so you two have ice and fire and death resistance. Ace and Cal are totally safe, so I think we're good for our gear setup here. All right, there's the lobster fight. Sea Troll, Sea Snake left before we get the ghost here. I think we have plenty of steps. We'll make it. 1, to the bottom floor, and it looks like we have just lots and lots of lobsters. What is the strongest white and black mage weapons in the game? I mean, I would argue that the best weapons to give them are the Thor hammer and mage staff, because those actually do things. Thor hammer is also the white mage's best physical weapon. Black or white wizard. Are you asking white wizard or white mage? I guess that's the important one of that. Because white mage would just be silver hammer, and black mage would be like silver knife. They don't get much. But white wizard and black wizard would be Thor hammer and cat claw. Oh, if you want info about getting the randomizer Alice in Chains, then do ! bingo, which will give you a link to FinalFantasyRandomizer.com and my seed settings that I use. Alright, I think we got this one figured out. I did get one ghost fight unintentionally. But other than that, we were able to piece together a route, not having warps here, which completely throws off how the dungeon works. And get to the Kraken. Okay, you're healed up. We got one ruse for the Kraken fight to start off with. Make sure everybody's healed there. We'll get some more heal potions after we leave. And it is Kraken time, so ruse, 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 and ruse. We're just trying to get buffed up and then tank most of the hits here, because it's going to be a relatively long fight. Probably need like 4 or 5 rounds. Unless we can do more damage than I think with our swords without fast. You don't have the defense sword. You got the defense sword and probably not a good place to use it, so attack. Zeus Gauntlet, which is actually pretty good here. Alright, 83 damage. That's controllable. I think we'll live long enough to get through the fight. I was thinking about putting the defense sword in the front so that the lead character who's most likely to be targeted by Kraken's physical attacks would be able to dodge almost everything, but it looks like that is not what I did, because I got the defense sword in slot 2. So instead we'll just go for it. About halfway through the fight now. 800 hit points is where it starts getting pretty tough to take these guys down in a hurry, especially when they have a lot of defense. That's especially true for Tiamat. Glad that Dan doesn't have the Zeus. I mean, yes, I'm glad that he is not in charge of my equipment, because he would definitely lose and or break it. But it means that he actually has a lower chance of getting the kill, because Zeus is probably going to out-damage the fighter's weapons. Since Zeus here, if it gets a crit, will do 178 against Kraken. That's much better damage than you're going to see most of the time. Let's see. Cal taking down Kraken with the Zeus Gauntlet there. We have 3 fiends out of the way. Is it possible to beat the game with 4 of any class? I mean, I've beaten the game with 4 thieves, so that pretty much proves that anything else is going to be simply better. That was 4 thieves with no class change. This has class change, which makes it much easier to get good gear. What level did I have to win with the 4 thieves? I got 1 thief up to 50, and the other ones were like 26 or 30 in that range. Turned out, I wish I had more thieves that were high level, but we were able to beat Chaos by very, very narrow margins. Speaking of narrow margins, it's time to narrowly avoid the Heart of Melmon. We're going to go visit Dr. Un here to get our slab translated, and then never speak of this town again. let's see, what's going to be our best path through? I want to start off with getting my heal potions restocked, because I think we're going to need a lot of these for getting through Mirage and Sky. Which are going to be interesting, because there's certainly paths through there which I need to take to avoid Warmech, but I also want to get a lot of items. We're going to need to get Aegis Shield. I might want to get the heal helmet. Might even want to get both heal helmets. That's pretty out of the way for the second one. If I get the items from first and second floor, then go back out, reset the encounter table, I could probably get heal helmet in the second trip without running out of steps for Warmech. Just trying to figure out a route through there that's going to work, because I know we're going to have a pretty tough time. We're not going to have a warp, so I miss out on a whole bunch of opportunities to save steps already. We probably don't need the Bane Sword. I kind of want to get it to speed up the Tiamat fight a bit. We'll see. I'll actually check out where heal helmet's positioned so I can try to get the shortest possible walk to it. And figure out if there's a good route through Sky Castle that lets me do the Marathon Warmech strats. Which they've got a couple of delays in there, so I'm hopeful that those steps of delays will allow me to pick up enough steps to make the rest of it work out. Because with the delays, I don't think I need to do any of the warp spells to fast travel on the back path. That's only any percent that does the warps there. Actually, I don't need 2 heal helmets. 1 heal helmet's enough because we got 3 ribbons for the rest of the team, and I can't imagine getting rid of a another slot for a second heal helmet. Sunsword is pretty good. Like, definitely, except for Tiamat 1, Sunsword is going to win out in that matchup. But for Tiamat 1, the Bane Sword is a nice item to have. Alright, all full on heal potions there. I guess let's reset our encounters for the Lufania walk. And head on up there to get our chime. First couple of battles after power on for Peninsula Power is pretty good. Then you get the wolves showing up. You don't want the wolves. Though by this point, the frost wolves are probably not a big deal. Everybody's got ice resistance. Somebody's got Mage Staff. There you go. You can use that. And I don't think a Light Axe really is going to help me out. Alright, Zomble's down, one of the Trolls is down, and let's go take out this guy. Unfortunately, I do need the Mage Staff to reliably kill the Zombies, otherwise I could just have one fighter on each of those. Because I can probably one-shot Trolls at level 16 with fighters. Giants we're going to pass on. I mean, Giants are actually a good matchup for us, but the better experience is going to be in Mirage itself. I'll see if I can set up a decent grind against things like Vampires and Guards to get started with. Alright, maybe this one will get Light Axed. I wonder if Zeus plus Mage plus the Light Axe will be enough. Mage Staff not ruling particularly well there. You want more than 2 Pro Capes? Yeah, the Pro Capes are in pretty limited supply, and they're really valuable, because red, white, and black mages, plus I guess thieves, if they have not class changed to ninjas, all really benefit from having a shield slot item. Just giving them a lot more defense. Like, 8 defense doesn't sound like a lot, but when you consider that it's 8 defense per hit against monsters like Kraken, that's 64 less damage per hit, and that is the difference between life and death for a very large range of levels. Black Mage, that's like 5 levels of HP. Alright, Chime obtained. I do want to make sure I get another reset here to get rid of the Frost Wolf coming up. Oh, we're blocked. Toga Party! Blocking us in. Let's see if I can get out the normal exit. That's why it's nice having the warp spells here. Here we go. We've escaped. Alright, back to the start here. This should be the setup that I normally use for Marathon Route, walking over to Mirage. So I think I'll get reasonably good encounters. Alright, normally Mirage. This route doesn't get the Thor Hammer. And I kind of want it for this grind. It also doesn't get the Heal Helmet, which I want to get. But this is doing it with 2 trips through. So I think I can do whatever I want in the first trip. And not worry too much about the encounters there. And then we'll go through upstairs with Diamond Shield, Ribbon, Adamant. Wouldn't get white or black shirts. Which do I want the black shirt? Grinding with black shirt would help me with chimeras. So I guess it's a pretty common monster in Sky Castle. I mean, we do have those delays. Maybe that's enough time to get a black shirt. See if we can make that work out. There. I think Rankolo is the next one, so this is the better of the 2 to get by far. Rankolo fight's actually kind of a dangerous one. We get that Rankolo fight in the single segment run. Alright, into Mirage we go. So this is going to be getting the bulk of the items that we're going to need for this. Is it better to do second floor first or first floor first? I think it's better to do second floor first, because we get Guard Vampire Guard at the start. Okay, we got 1 Zeus to work with here, and I guess Mage Staff actually would help out. So we're gonna Mage. Not gonna Mage. Maging is overrated. We're gonna Dan instead. So right now, still on the pace I would normally be, actually slightly ahead of the pace for the Marathon route. And we're going to miss out on the Temple of Fiends battle, so that will equalize. So how confident am I in doing it with no extra levels on Temple of Fiends? I think low confidence. I know that I'm going to have a much worse time on all the boss fights. So not having fast and not having heals. And I'm going to have more fights on Tiamat's floor, because I'm not going to have the warp after the Mazmune. Pretty sure I can still avoid sorcerers. That's going to be the big thing there. But level-wise... Ooh, yes. I think level-wise, I want to be getting some more levels. Their level cap 50 is level cap in the original version of the game. And starting with the GBA version, it's 99. You really don't need to come anywhere close for either of those. Like, for the original game, after about 35 or so, you shouldn't have problems with almost any combination of party members, unless you're playing something like Four Thieves. Everything else is usually pretty easy at that point. And then for the remakes, there are some bonus dungeons that are harder than Temple of Fiends is. But even those, like around 55 or 60, you don't need to get any more levels to be able to take them on. Have you ever had Warmech for a bingo and complete on it? Yes. We've had Warmech to win bingo, I think 2 or 3 times. I know it's happened more than once. It's the Catmen, and we're going to kill everything we can in here because we want XP. This may be a bad idea, but we're going to do it. Dan is nothing if not bad ideas. Alright, so I probably do need a little bit of help, but not 2 people taking turns off. So if I can get Catman again, I can do this with 3 characters plus a maid staff. Alright, time to gear up. So we're going to get Thor Hammer here. We're going to get the Dragon Mail, which, what do we get rid of for that? So, Opal and Ribbon are a pretty good combination together because you've got less evasion penalty than Flame or Ice. So I think either Flame or Ice Armor can go. Let's get rid of Flame Mail because that's what Dan's got. Give Dan the Dragon Mail here. Spoiler, that means Dan is not getting the ribbon at the end. Go ahead and get the Sun Sword as well. Sun Sword gives me a second really good attack. So that's going to replace Flame Sword. So now we're at Sun Defense and 2 Ice Swords. And back out around. So I can't get up through Warmech with picking up all the items that I want to get in one go. So I normally do in the marathon route is pick up the Dragon Mail Sun Sword, warp back downstairs, grab the Aegis Shield, and then boom, we're done with this trip. But obviously without warp, it's going to be a longer journey through, and I also want to get the heal helmet. This is not bad. These services are 1/2 of an Agama each, so this is a 2 Agama encounter. There's a lot of 1.5, 2, and even 2.5 Agama fights in this part of the game. That's why you really want to defer your leveling as much as possible, since the battles are going to be just so much more lucrative once you get to this stage of the game. Which set of 4 is the easiest? Right now, Red Mage was easier than 4 Black Belts. I would say Fighter might be easier than Red Mage, although I'll see how Temple of Fiends goes. So potentially Fighter is the easiest, otherwise Red Mage is the easiest. They're definitely 1, 2. Number 3 is probably Black Belt. And we'll figure out where Black Mage versus White Mage goes. We know Thief is the hardest. And White Mage is pretty tough, but I feel like Black Mage might have a harder time at the late bit of the game, because spells really don't do much against the final Fiend fights. You'll have a great time up until Temple of Fiends, and then Black Mages are gonna have a problem. They just don't have enough spell slots, and they don't have enough damage to take care of those fights reasonably. We got Zeus, you got Mage, there we go. Oh, we got Thor Hammer now on Bill as well. Should have used that. This is guard vampire, guard guards. We got a good stretch here. Is there command to see your current place? No, it's intentionally kept secret because in the late game I want to make it a surprise who is in the lead for Final Fantasy. That means after Phantom, the leaderboard stopped being displayed. There's actually not a reason you couldn't see your placement before that. I just was lazy and did not put a command in for it. Oh, we can grab these. Still think I wanted Zeus and Mage. Could light axe here, but that is usually not required. Why does Final Fantasy have Dungeons and Dragons style magic while Dragon Quest has MP? Good question. I think it was Dragon Quest was inspired by different RPGs overall. And there were RPGs at the time that had MP systems. So when you look back at the history of how those developed, there was a long trend before you kind of converged on what modern RPGs look like, and things like Ultima, they used MP instead of spell slots, so they were a different breed. I think Wizardry and like Bard's Tale also went down those series, so there was many sources of inspiration that could be independently copied. Hey, Nostri, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes there, and hope you're having a good evening here tonight. We are just working on Mirage Tower, about to do our trip up to fight Tiamat. I'm uncertain about whether I want to get the black shirt or not. I don't know if I got enough steps to make it happen. I hope I do. Hope I got steps. But I could actually just do Sky Castle more than once, because we do want levels, and I can't go to Temple of Fiends for my grind. So maybe that's not too bad of a plan, is to think about, hey, we just come back to Sky Castle, grab everything that we want later on. Would mean doing Blue D 2 more times, which is ridiculous. But ridiculous sometimes is what happens. Alright, so going up here, who does not have lightning resist? You do not, so you need to fix that. Get you fire resist, because there's no ice that we need to care about, but there is lightning and fire. So there we go, those are all set. Got our guard vampire guard sequence, nice, get a lot of them here. Zeus and Thor. Fallout 1 is very short. Both Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 were trying to use systems where you had multiple ways of solving problems. And so as a result, a lot of the puzzles are either completely avoidable or very easily cheesable with the right stats and skills that you can pick up in the game. So like the Fallout speedruns are like, I want to say both in like the 15 to 30 minute range for both Fallout 1 and 2. Then the later games were really short because they're totally broken. So instead of getting the abilities that you need, just like go through walls. Which I guess is another way of cheesing, but usually not as accepted among certain communities. 9-minute Fallout 1, I wouldn't be surprised. I thought it was like 15 minutes, but that is potentially like a marathon run as opposed to something that you can get in an any percent run. Man, nothing but small packs here. Well, hopefully we can still get some decent XP on the way up. And it's kind of funny because I think the original Wasteland did not have as much of a broken set of mechanics. It wasn't until the Fallout series where things got really nuts. Okay, there's Wyvern Worm. We didn't get the worms or mini wyverns, so we're gonna take that one. We got vampires coming up here, which I don't think we have any battles with. I believe it's just a straight shot up. I can grab the hardcore manticores. I probably don't want to do the Nightmare Evil Man. We do not want to be nuked by Evil Man here. And we also don't want to be thundered by Blue D, but we can't always get what we want. It is Blue D time. Please no thunder. Well, there's some good damage. That'll help out with the no thunder. We can do 400 damage in the opening hit. Upstairs we go. Can I get Bane Sword? Bane Sword versus Black Shirt. Which would I rather have? I know I've got some time that I'm normally burning encounters on. Let's try getting Bane Sword. And if it looks like I don't have the steps, I will bail. So I think this is a longer trip than I remembered. Because I don't have warp to get back safely. This may have been a mistake. But it'll be an enjoyable mistake. Hit the door there. I mean, I'm probably only one encounter behind, which is not terrible. Try to take as many of the Gurnagas as we can. We got Gurmadooses coming up. Evil Man Nightmare starting up. And I'll probably be on... Yeah, I'll be on second floor in plenty of time. I don't know why I was worried about this. This has got so much delay that I can get in there. I will not get Black Shirt. Tempted, but the answer is no. Black Shirt would have made the grind here go better. Yeah, base staff there. Glancing at Dan. I don't know why you'd put your eyes on Dan. That is definitely not the person I'd be staring at in this situation. Alright, let's find a better home for some of these weapons. So we have Thor Hammer, which I think on Ace is the best person to have it. We got Light Axe on Dan, Bane Sword on Cal, and then Mage Staff on Bill. And we don't need all these silver swords, so let's clean our inventory up a little bit. There we go. Probably don't even need the flame sword as well. I've got 160,000 bucks. Yeah. Let's get even cleaner. There we go. Right, those all look good. Oh, who's got Zeus? Zeus is on Cal. Yeah, that's right. Perfect. This will get me the Opal Shield, which really is just defense. Oh man, Evil Man with the ambush. This is a 2 Agama fight, and Evil Man did not cast any spells, so we'll just play it safe. Get 3 fighters on that Evil Man, so that we don't get nuked here. Oh, there's the spell. 1 in 4 chance that if he lived another round, he would get to nuke us. How short is Evil Man? He's just crouching. He's actually much taller than you think. Who knows Nuke? Evil Man knows Nuke. Evil Man is the only regular monster in the game with Nuke. There is a couple boss ones, Lich and Chaos, that have it as well. Let's get shield situation figured out, so you're going to get upgraded to something. And you're getting a ribbon. So at this point, Opal Helmet replaces nothing because we have ribbon for that. So ribbon, heal, ribbon, ribbon. I guess. If you've got Opal Shield, you can have the worst. Opal Armor, you get the worst shield. I think this will work out. We'll give you you Opal Shield and you Ribbon. Had to do some thinking there. Alright. This looks good. And Ribbon, Opal, Ice, Purring, Ice, Zeus, Ribbon, Opal, Dragoon, Heal, Purring, Aegis, Flame, Ribbon, Opal, Purring. Alright. I actually don't want to have Opal Bracelet in the front. Opal Armor is a better choice. So we can do that. Look good. Alright, so we got our last ribbon squared away. Let's go ahead and grab our adamant here. We are still a couple battles away from where we need to go downstairs, so I got some time before moving on. Dan has nothing that helps. Dan has nothing that helps. Well, I think by the time that we get through the admin back, I might be really close to where I need to do my delays. If we end up staying here longer, and then doing more delays upstairs, what are the consequences? I guess I just miss out on some minor Gurnaga experience. Let me see. Who would I put black shirt on? If I had to carry a black shirt, then I would lose probably 8 defense off of Dan. How bad is that? That's actually not too bad. We're going to get black shirt. We can get a purring later if I want that before Temple of Fiends. This, I believe, is going to work out for me. Black shirt will help me do any grinding. And, again, if I change my mind, it's just like, yeah, this is not what I should have done, then 20,000 bucks is no problem at this point. We have plenty of money for additional pro ring shopping. You're purring out. The alternative is to give it to Bill. I think he wants the defense. Alright, looks good. So let's swing on over, grab our adamant. Hopefully there's not too many encounters tightly clustered here. I'm supposed to be going down, or upstairs right now. We'll get one of the nightmares in this. Black shirt helps out a little bit. Ah, so close. The reversed which one it had done it on. 218 on the bottom nightmare would have been enough to cut this off without an additional round. There's the adamant. Now we're really behind on steps. I'm concerned about my step count. May not have enough to avoid Warmac, which would be very unfortunate. I thought I could get that black shirt without causing problems, but we were having some problems. We're still a little bit behind. Pick it up a little bit there, though. Whiz Vamp, I think I can deal with. We could probably survive Warmac. It would just be not a fun battle. The thing about Warmac is that he is runnable. So you're going to get into a fight, you're probably going to get nuclear, but then you just run away. And you might get somebody killed. But that is dealable as a situation. The thing is, we don't really want to get ambushed nucleared, because that would be the worst case scenario. The question is, can I get to the stairs up before another battle takes place? We're gonna be pretty close. We're gonna be close. Oh, no, that's not close enough. Not close enough. Is there a way to burn him off? Yeah, it's just gonna be involving me wasting a lot of battles here. Who's got Thor Hammer? You got Thor. You've got Zeus, and you've got punching. No, we got the sorcerer. Didn't want to fight this guy. Didn't want to fight him. Alright. At least get that one out of the way. Got Man, Cat, next, which we're going to avoid here by going upstairs and getting the nachos. I'm just going to burn off encounters until the Warmech is passed. But I need to burn them off on different floors, because the 4th floor is going to have some bad ones, and then the 3rd floor is going to, or 5th floor is going to have some bad ones. It just goes back and forth. Hey, Quip Park, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here tonight. Okay, Guard Sentry versus Air. I don't think I really care about the XP, so we're going to get Air Elemental. Four Ardra Hydras versus Airs downstairs. Air, or 4 Ardra Hydra could actually get another 2 Agmans worth. They do have some offensive damage. That is a bit concerning, but we could maybe get him down quickly. We do have that black shirt on Dan, which will help out. Alright, then Gurnaga Air up here. Oh man, I have to wait so many encounters. There's not just one, but 2 Warmechs coming up. 2 Warmechs. Alright, so this one's the Warmech. We're gonna dive downstairs to avoid him. And then it would be 3 more battles that are safe before the next Warmech, which I don't think is enough. So we're going to skip these ones as well. Let's get another one of those Hydra fights. Those are pretty good. Black shirt is ice too, that's correct. So does a decent job on most ice weak monsters. The question is, do I want Guard Sentry? Guard Sentry does a lot of damage, so I might pass on him. Take the air up here, then the Hydra up here for another two agros worth of XP. This is just my my preparation for the grind. We don't have Temple of Fiend, so I didn't need the extra levels. Ooh, wow, that's a lot of damage. Air Elemental is doing almost as much as Sentry would. Alright, final R Hydra here. Well, probably not the final R Hydra. We might have more R Hydras on the real bird strip. It's not bad. 1 cremate or 2 cremates is actually a pretty good trade here. Back downstairs to avoid Warmack, and then across the bridge we go. I'll kill a Singulair. Could have brought some Gurnaga with you, but I'll take you nonetheless. Alright. Nacho, Heart, Hydra, Air, Nacho is what we got coming up. And I don't think I really want the Nacho fights. Nachos, unless you're desperate. I think because they are tough to one round reliably at the levels that you're normally here. They're not going to give you as much as an Agama. And these fights here generally are going to go a lot better because you can get, you know, 4 Agama or 4 half Agamas all at once. Nacho's just in that in-between awkward stage. A little bit too powerful for a half Agama, but not valuable enough for a full Agama worth of encounter. That's not bad. That's a 3 encounter bridge right there. I think I'm just used to having a really high encounter rates on my bridges because for all of the runs where I do kind of planning for Warmack, it just happens that the positions are really stacked together for the fights here. It is the highest encounter rate in the game, even higher than the ones in Temple of Fiends Revisited for the Descent Down. But I have particularly high encounter rates in my routes. I don't think we need ruses here. So I'm just going to go ahead and use our regular cures to get a little bit of value. That's still 2 heal potions short. Alright. Who's got the Bane Sword? Cal has the Bane Sword as dictated by tradition. Let's go. Teamet, Bane Sword versus 3 fighters. Who is going to win? Cal used the Bane Sword. Poison Smoke, it's a first try, Tiamat. Where is that in speedruns? Where is that? Cal is just showing off now. We have got potentially everything we need. The question is level 19 going to be enough to survive on the way down? And the answer is, I don't know. We're going to give it a try and see how well we do. I know that if I can save a lot of heal potions on Lich, we'll have a much better shot at making this work out. But probably I should be doing this a couple levels higher. Go ahead and grab 20 heal potions, get restocked on those. We're gonna get the Mazbeam, yes. I don't think I could kill Chaos without the Mazbeam before he would get Cure 4 and Nuke off. We don't have fast, so our damage output is going to take a big nosedive. And if he slows the Mazbeam, we're going to be in some really big trouble. I mean, this is just a situation where I have basically no healing and very, very little damage output compared to normal. I mean, it's not very little, but it's probably only half normal. So those two things together are not a good combination overall. This is why I want to have like another couple levels on the fighters to be a little bit more secure in how this goes. But I think given that our time is reasonably good, I can take a death on Temple of Fiends, go do my grind, and then come back and still be under my 5.5 hours. Well, it'd be close. Probably about 35 minutes per Temple of Fiends attempt. There is my Excalibur, so that is going to who? I think Cal should get that. Nice defense, Excalibur. Let's put defense in the front. Excalibur and then Sun. I mean, it feels bad to give Dan a good sword, but I can move that if Dan dies. That can always be moved. Alright, here we go. Temple of Fiends, try number 1. Alright, so we're gonna have to get 8 battles burned off here. There's 1. Two. You can do some of these on the overworld and save the area transition time, but because I have not done the marathon route in a while, I don't want to chance which ones those are safe to do on. Whenever you have the encounter take place on the same step for both overworld and dungeon, it works out fine. But sometimes the overworld's going to get an encounter sooner, and that would throw off your count going through this. Hey, Mikhail, this is just doing the game with 4 fighters. There's nothing special going on. Nobody else does this. Just an idea for tonight. Okay, this should be creep. Want to make sure this is correct. Yeah, there we go. I can go further to left and right on that. I forgot how far to left and right I could go, but it looks like I can go further. There's Zombie. The only time Zombie appears in marathon route play. And Zombie is gone. Alright. Make sure I get this correct. So we are going to be going over here at the start. There is a couple of bad fights like Frosty's on the way up. And on the way down, there's a lot of Frosties in this. This is actually a worse set of encounters than you get in either any percent or single segment, because those are forced to optimize to a much greater degree the battles that you're gonna have to face. Marathon route usually has enough overpowering juice that doesn't worry about the encounters as much. This one's been good so far. All right, upstairs I got rid of the gas fights here, so I can get to Phantom without having to worry about any of those. That is a lot of Badmen, which we are not going to Badman battle with. Okay, Dan, don't die on Phantom. That's your only job. Don't die. Back, just go. Go for the kills. Everybody go in. Dan gets paralyzed here, which is fine. I just don't want him getting glared. Looks like we're good. Good so far. Feels weird to be doing this without all of the little accoutrements that are part of the single segment route that I've gotten used to recently. And down we go. Alright. Let us hopefully get by all this stuff. There's purple worms here, which is not too bad when you got a lot of fighters. I don't know if we can kill both of the purple worms in this round, but we will give it a try. Oh, that's pretty good. How about you, Ace? Yeah, that's a pretty good fight. I gotta say, that was respectable. If only we could grind here. The problem is you can't exit, so I would not have a good time trying to get XP here. If I had a warp spell, or just an exit stair, so I could take the fights, then we'd be doing purple worms and getting level 22 or 23 pretty fast. Okay, down the bottom here. This has got 2 Gurmedusas. I don't remember if I actually get the second Gurmedusa or not. I don't think I do. So I think we have to set up now for this. So we're gonna have Ace by himself, I think is what we want. He's gonna have Ribbon. Yeah, so take that off, take that off. I think we need to take Aegis Shield off. Not totally certain about that for Gurmedusa. I think we do. Which means I can actually give him Aegis Shield temporarily, so make sure that we don't have any problems with that. There, Dan's still got some defense. Ribbons are off. Ace is going to have a Mage Staff to work with. Let's just give you Thor Hammer for that right now. Alright. We're going to get a Gurmedusa spell. I don't remember if I'm supposed to take this one or the one after it, but I'm going to take this one so that things are set up correctly. Yeah, I think it's this one. So Heal Staff does nothing. Ice Shield does nothing. Zeus's does something, so I can't have you use that, but you got Excalibur, so that'll work out. We want to get Bill, Cal, and Dan all petrified. Got Bill out of the way, and a couple of defenses on Ace so that he doesn't get paralyzed by the Gurmedusas in this process. He's also in the back to reduce the chance of him being targeted. And normally I would take 2 fighters through this. But what I'm thinking is I need to absolutely minimize my my damage on Lich, and this is not what I want to see. So Ace got paralyzed after all. There he is. He's back up. Hopefully gets this defense sword off this round. There's only 2 of them. Should be Glance and Cal here any minute. There's the defense sword. Come on, Gurmedusa. Glance at Cal. No, that's not Cal. Third defense sword I don't think does anything for changing your paralyzation rate. There we go. that out of the way. And the whole plan here is that Ace with Excalibur takes a nuke to the face, doesn't get paralyzed against Lich, and then we save an entire fighter's worth of nuke damage. What could go wrong is that a lot of things could go wrong. You get paralyzed, he might not do enough damage, and then Lich gets more attacks in and kills him, but figured I'd give this one a shot. We'll see how long Ace can go solo here. So he's going to have Opal, Aegis, Pro Ring, Ribbon. He's going to have Excalibur on. He can keep the defense sword. He doesn't need it. We'll do it that way. And get healed up once we're at Lich himself, which I think we don't get this other Grimreduce battle. I think that's actually our giant Agama downstairs. Yeah. Alright, here we go. Lich time. 1v1. At lower levels than I would prefer, but we're going to give it a try. There's the nuke, 228, that's really good, and we saved a lot of heal potions right there. Do I want everyone back? I think I do. Well, maybe not Dan. I guess even Dan. Alright, so get everybody geared back up again. He does have defense on pretty much everything relevant. Defense Excalibur looks good. Heal up. So far plan successful. Now, the question is, can we get some good XP here? I think we can. Oh, we need to swap Bill and Cal as well. Want my Excalibur further back. Hey, Detritus Gaming, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here. I'm trying to get some XP for another level up on the way down. Alright, I think we got all of our gear correct again. Look at the beautiful Agamas. I ended up not getting Dan a Pro Ring. I don't know if I'm going to regret this. I'll probably regret this. It's Dan after all we're talking about. Extra hit at 21 with the Mazmune on the Knight. I'm not certain about that, but it's around there. I'm going to be short, I'm pretty sure, unless we get more XP than I think on the trip through here. Maybe if I had left Ace solo for longer, he could have maybe made that work out. Actually, no, wait. We do have... we've got time. We got time. There's still a couple of additional good fights here. Let me check the status. Can't see what the status is because it's going to be Mazmune. It'll be close. There's our fire elementals here. This is actually pretty good use of the black shirts. I'm regretting less that I did not pick up the Pro Ring for Dan. 24 with Mazmune, yeah. That sounds more correct. Just need to touch the Pro Cape. Maybe we get rid of... no, we can't get rid of black shirt here, so... No room for the Pro Cape. That's okay, though. We just want to get those steps burned off. There's our giant Agama. Yeah, your hits per round is based on the weapon and on the class that you have. So there's a big table for anybody that is interested in getting the Final Fantasy Mechanics Guide. And you basically just have to look up on the table where things are, because otherwise you're doing a whole bunch of calculations based on hit percentiles to measure out where things would happen. Alright, we're not going to full heal because hopefully Carrie is going to be a pal. And we're just going to go all in on physical attacks here. Okay, Carrie's reasonably a pal. There's one round down. We should be on pace to 2 round this. Oh yeah, now we're doing good. Dan with a big hit there with that, I think, Sun Sword. Alright, 3 actually more damage than the physical attack was. Come on, Cal, finish her off. There we go. Seems so easy, but this is where the hard stuff is going to start up. So Kraken, Tiamat, and Chaos is the problem. The rest of the temple is not all that difficult. We got, plenty of resources, but once we get here, this is Kraken fight, probably the scariest for people dying on. Tiamat fight, I think we'll be able to take her pretty easily. It's going to be a little bit slower than normal, but that is a small obstacle because we're gonna have resistances to the elements, so I'm not super worried about damage as much as I'm worried about damage on Kraken. Speaking of which, it is time to get Kraken. Who do I want in the front for getting pounded? I mean, Ace has got my best chance of leveling up. I think it's worth just leaving it as is. We can shove people around if necessary. So ruse, 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 and ruse. Get rused up, everybody. Lit 2, good start. Good start there. Alright, I probably want to get another set of ruses on the front. Let's start attacking with Cal and Dan here to get some damage in. Oh, no, Ace! Okay. Still doing good. Still doing good. 296, that's good damage. That's the type of numbers we want to see. Come on, Cal, you can do better than that. You can do better than that. You can do a lot better than that. So we are at about 350 right now. Lit 2, there's another good one. He's got 900 health, so that is asking a lot for this round. About 400 now. 550. 600. 650. Alright, so we can take him down here. Hopefully nobody dies in the process. Ink. Perfect. We got him. We got him. Kraken is down. And with that, I'm going to get my Gershard Big Eye fight. Because that is sorcerers downstairs, and you definitely don't want to get sorcerers. Could I get some XP here? Thinking about what battles I can take, and overall, there's not a lot of good ones on Tiamat's floor. So I'm just going to set some stuff up here. Just realized I gave Dan the heal staff and the heal helmet, which is not ideal. I can't double heal during this. I'll get a couple of heals in. Hopefully a couple of heals. I mean, Big Eye can't really do anything. I don't need to super heal Scum. Just 1 or 2 heals would help out. Get rid of the Lit 2 damage. Nope, not gonna get it. Not gonna get my heals. Alright, so looking at Tiamat's floor, we do have room coming up to grab some things. Let's give heal staff to Cal now. Probably doesn't want to use that over Excalibur. Heal staff to Bill. You can still keep the Thor hammer if he wants it. Down we go. All right, so I'm gonna get the Excalibur, or not Excalibur. Gonna get the Mazmune, and I'll see if we have enough steps to make it to Tiamat. Otherwise, we will we'll take the chicken door and delay on Kraken's floor until it's safe to go over. Rock Calls are actually a pretty good fight, but once you get slowed, then things are nasty. Would have been good XP on those. We got Purple Worms coming up, and for 4 fighters, Purple Worms are actually a pretty good fight. Let's see how many we have here. It's gonna be 3 or 4 Purple Worms. Should get Ace a level up. It's 3. Cal one-shotting him. Needs no assistance. Oh, damn, I need to use Heal Helmet now. Behold my Sun Sword, which does not provide any healing powers. Okay, there's Ace 21, so we have 21, 20, 20, 20, and then I don't think we have a chance of really getting the other ones. Their level ups, they're like 8,000 XP away. Which we could do if we took the fights, but those are fights that are going to cost me a lot of heal potions if I engage. Alright, so we got Rock Galls, which is normally the last fight, but it's not going to be the last fight because we have to do the backtracking. And then 3 Whizvamp fights in a row, followed by a Sorcerer fight. These are not good battles, but we're going to have to take them. Mazmune to you, Excalibur to you. Like that. Alright. $45 heal potions left. I'm trying to save my Cure 2s for the Chaos battle, because that is the most damage I can get, or most healing I can get to recover on. 2 Rock Galls is not bad. Comes the slows. Now we got our Whizvamp sequence. 3 Whizvamp battles before we have to worry about sorcerers, thankfully. But each of these fights is quite scary. It's the Sun Sword again. I've had Heal Staff on Dan for so long. Alright, I think we can make it over there. Oh, never mind. Never mind, we're gonna chicken out. I don't want water until upstairs, so I need to get this one, which I can run from. I mean, these are a lot of XP if I was not passing them up. Okay, so this is Sorcerer fight. And then I have 2 battles before getting Sorcerers next. Do I take it or not? TMS Floor does have an elevated encounter rate, so it's tough to project out where the fights are going to be. It's going to have encounters spaced together more closely than other parts of the game. And so I can easily see 2 fights on the way to Chaos' Stairs Down, but I really don't want to waste another 3 battles worth of time, so let's go for it. We are going for it. Oh, this is close. We have 1 more safe fight before the Sorcerers. I think we can make it. I think we can make it. It is Tiamat time. Everybody get in there, start whacking away. Without fast... Oh man, 12 damage with the Mazmune. That is not a good start. This is how you get the 29-round Tiamat of Shame. Alright, we did like 300 there that round. It's got 1100 health. We're at 500, so we're doing okay. About halfway there. Cal, give me a better hit this time. There we go. 700 Bane should not kill anybody unless it goes through a ribbon, which would be really unfortunate here. We got the Aegis Shield keeping Dan safe. So that is why the Bane is so much scarier in single segment, is because I don't have an Aegis Shield to fill out the 4th spot. There we go. Tiamat's down. We may have to take another Purple Worm fight. I'm totally okay with that, because the alternatives are all way worse. Purple Worm may even give me a level up on Bill Callahan. Oh, wow. Purple Worm was a little bit closer than I wanted to see. So we have to get all the way to the stairs without another battle. Otherwise, we're fighting some sorcerers. I hope we don't have sorcerers. I hope we do not have sorcerers. This is where that elevated encounter rate is really causing havoc. This will be 21 on everybody now. But it could all be for naught if sorcerers pop up here. Do not have any encounters. No encounters. No encounters. No encounters. We made it. We made it. Onto Chaos's floor here. So statistically, these fighters are pretty darn close. And that means we can pretty much keep this order here. I'm thinking about putting Dan in slot 2. I'm going this way. Who's got the other bit of healing? Heal staff needs to be on Ace. There we go. Excalibur, Masmian are going to be their own fighting force. Guess you can take Thorhammer as well. Opal's pretty good defense there. So we got some of the best gear on Ace and Dan for defense. I think this is going to be as good as it's going to get. Let's go for it. We just don't want to see slow on the Masmune, and we probably don't want to see Cure 4 come out. Those two things are both really bad. Alright, Punch Ace, that's a good start. Now we just need good damage here. 150 is not bad. 200. 300. 300 damage, so yeah, it's slow going without the fast spell. Pun probably not intended. 350, 500. There's Crack, which will not kill anybody this time. Dan could have died to that, since he does not have any earth resistance on. Still at 500. I mean, I just gotta hope that the damage numbers will roll out. Chaos is so cooperative right now. He is not using spells, but we are doing pitiful, pitiful damage, and that's making me worried. I don't think we've crossed 1,000 yet. There's his first spell. I mean, Ace is still alive. That's good. I'm trying to get value out of Ace, which I don't think healing is my best option here. Wow. How are we doing so badly with these attacks? These have been some atrocious Masmune hits, and the fighters are no different statistically, because they all have the same stack growth for strength and the same stack growth for accuracy scores. So whatever's going wrong with the Masmune, that's totally Cal's fault. Well, there goes Ace. We lost our first fighter. At least Bill's getting some good hits in. Come on, Cal. You can do this. You can do this. There's spell number 2. I mean, we're ahead of pace because we've had so many rounds to attack, but I'm worried that we are not getting fast enough. If he goes slow 2 and cure 4, then we have an issue. Losing the Excalibur is also a pretty big issue here. So Bill is taking a shoe tying break, maybe looking for his contact lens. Dan takes the slow to the face. Cure 4 is next. We don't want to see that. We want to see big hits by Cal. Big hits by Cal. Come on, Chaos. Don't use Cure 4. Or Cal. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him, Cal. We got him. 440-47 for the 4 fighters. There's a lot of 4s in there. Chaos has gone down. Easy every time.